once again. If we get this thing to work, we'd be live once again. I think we're live once again. If you can see me, if you can hear me. Let me know. Let's give it a second to see who joins. We're going to be doing more Scruffy. Hello, how's it going? All right. I'm watching my favorite thing in the world. I'm watching scary movies, doing a scary movie watch along to AMC Fear Fest. So I hope that you will hang out with me. Obviously, don't watch any movies you're not supposed to, 18 plus, all that good jazz. Today and right now, it is Friday the 13th, the original from 1980. It's funny, I'm one of those people who actually thinks, as a general rule, I tend to be a much bigger fan of the sequels than the original. This one's no exception. I enjoy it, I like it, but I like the original better. Good morning. It's evening for me, but Dylan, it's morning for you. How's it going? I hope that you are having an excellent day. I'm having an excellent day. Thank you for being here. All right, I'm going to start finally adding some stuff here. If you are just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. Let's give it a bit of time, see who joins. All right, here we go. It's 2:14 your time? Sad. Well, I'm very sorry that you're sad. Hello, Denmark. I think you're new to the stream, right? Hit the like and subscribe button if you are new to the stream. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Hello, Rob Densmore. How's it going? Thanks for joining. I mean, thank you for that, sad boy. I'm just gonna call you sad. I hope that's okay. Um, I would agree and disagree. I've been a Freemason for 20 years. I love being a Freemason. It's something I take a great deal of pride in. I think Freemasonry has influenced a great deal of the world and has helped make the world a better place. But it's not the exclusive thing on which the world is built. The world is built on many different beliefs and ideas and groups and civic organizations. So Freemasonry is not a church, sad boy. I think you may um, be misunderstanding it a little bit. Like I said, we're not a church. It's not a religion. Now, stonemasons did help to build many churches, and that might be what you're thinking of. Um, but Freemason, or you might be thinking of Masonic lodges or buildings. We do have Masonic lodges, but they're not churches. Churches are religious institutions. right? And Freemasonry is a civic organization. They are sometimes called Masonic temples, but again, they're not religious denominations. No worries. Yeah, well, that's what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about Freemasonry, but while I do that, I love to chat and hang out with people and just talk about things I love and enjoy. So today I was going to watch the AMC Fear Fest, and while doing that, I figured, you know what? Why not chat about Freemasonry if anybody wants to join? I got to be going to be in front of the TV anyways. Why not have some fun? So if you want to watch along with me, I always put what I'm watching on the as a pinned comment. Yes, I am a Freemason since 2007. Yeah, I think it's awesome too. If you have any other questions, please let me know. I'll do my best to answer them. Art 95, when you say they, I think you mean Freemasons. We have not taken control of any realms, spiritual or otherwise. I cannot, Gupinder. I cannot. Moadan Sulta, I think, honestly, I think that most times we don't. I think by and large, actually, Freemasons are tend to be supported, but to the extent that they are, it has to do with our this the private nature of our ceremonies for people who are struggling in their life and looking for a boogeyman. Freemasonry can be an easy target. That combined with anti-Semitic conspiracies that linked Freemasonry to Judaism and then linked both to evil forces, like you had, for example, in World War II Germany under Hitler, or even in Spain under Franco, added to it as well. And then we did not do ourselves any favors by choosing to go and become probably more secretive than we should have been, which gave people room to have negative views of Freemasonry. They We do not, nor are we looking for that, Moaden. That's not our goal. Freemasonry is not about trying to control anything, the world or otherwise. To the most, maybe it's about trying to control ourselves a little bit and be better people. But that's a personal decision. It's not about exerting control over others on any scale. Moadan, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Art 95. Many people think that there are, inner groups within Freemasonry. There is not. There is simply Freemasonry. There are no inner groups therein. That's one of those myths that kind of exists about it. You're welcome. Scarab. Well, my name's Cameron, not Brian, unless you're speaking to somebody else. Thank you, Rob. I hope you'll let me know if you have any questions. I'll do my best to answer them. I can't make any promise. Even I don't know everything, but I can do my best to answer whatever I can. It's a big head, I know, but you can still hit like and subscribe, despite the fact that I have a very big head. Having a big head does not exclude you from liking my podcast. No, it is not a religious organization. I love Chinese food. I absolutely love Chinese food. I love it, especially the second day. Chinese food is one of those takeout foods where after you've had it, like the first day you put it in the fridge, it tastes even better the second day as leftovers. I mean, I like women, and I like women of sure. I like all peoples, including women or Chinese, as well as anything else. Political ideology. Are you talking about mine personally? Because there is no political ideology with Freemasonry, right? Freemasonry is not a political nor religious organization. Um, Sad boys, how did you join? I joined Freemasonry by writing a letter because, I knew I always wanted to join. And when I realized I was going to be living in Windsor, Ontario for a while, I wrote a letter to the Masonic Lodge asking about joining. And it was that simple. And it was a blast. It's been a challenge, but also it's been wonderful. And I feel like I've been able to make the world a better place, or at least try to. So, there are no levels in Freemasonry, Mr. X. I am a third degree Master Mason, which is the highest level. I also joined Scottish Rite, and I'm 18th degree Scottish Rite. But when people talk about levels and high and low levels, they're not really understanding what Freemasonry is. With the exception of the first three levels, it's not in and of itself a hierarchy in that manner. Uh, they did because I make up for it by being charming and smart. And when you're charming and smart, you can make up for a lot of things. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that, Lance. I really enjoyed Toronto. I've passed through Toronto many times. I've been to many Masonic events in Toronto and the GTA more in general. So I'm sorry to hear that. I love Toronto though, and I think it's a great city. I also like Vancouver a lot, though I spent less time in Vancouver than Toronto. Significantly less time in Toronto. Sorry, in Vancouver than Toronto. But both have some excellent Masonic lodges and some excellent Masonic buildings. How about we talk about the best instead of the worst? Well, I mean, what has made me think about leaving is just the exhaustion and the tiredness of, you know, constantly attending meetings and work. Now, it's my choice, though. You don't have to attend as many meetings as I do or be as involved as I am. I choose to be, but the danger of choosing that is it's very easy to become burnt out. Um, and when you get burnt out, that's when you start thinking about leaving. So that's very dangerous. Thank you, Dylan. I'll take it. Again, what's with all the negativity here, Mr. X? Jesus loves me. For somebody who says, like, Jesus loves me, you should be more positive. There you go. Montreal is the best. We got one positive one. I actually was in Montreal and I checked out the Masonic building there. It was beautiful. I didn't get to go inside, sadly, but the exterior was beautiful. Um, and I was very impressed by it. Reality is what you make of it, Mr. X, and reality is what you choose to see. There's a lot of positives in the world, and that's reality also. So you want to keep that in mind too. Well, one of the people above, his name is Jesus Loves Me, at least his username. And I was saying, for someone whose username is Jesus Loves Me, you'd think you'd be more positive. There we go. We got a positive. Japan. Uh, Freemasonry exists in Japan, and it's a very, very beautiful spot. Also, since we're talking about scary movies, I'm watching AMC Fear Fest. Japan has been the home to some absolutely incredible and amazing uh, scary movies, like The Ring, for example, The Grudge. LeBron, I do look like Matt Damon, and I'm proud of it because Matt Damon is an incredibly handsome fellow. So thank you for that. If you have any thoughts about Freemasonry, please let me know. Or if you just want to hang out, let me know as well. That's how I do it. I will bite the screen. Joshua, I'll bite the screen if you don't hit the like button. I've not marked Glazers out, but I'd love to. Awesome, Rob. That's very, very cool. Let me know what you find and if you find it interesting at all. Mark, I hope you hit the subscribe button. Mr. X as well. So, what are some great horror movies from Indonesia? Noroi, Noroi. Mark, is that one of them? I know you, like me, a big fan of scary movies. What's your favorite sad boy, if you had to pick one? What would you say is your favorite? Thank you, Josh. That's incredibly kind of you. It's fun. I enjoy it, you know? I enjoy talking about Freemasonry. I enjoy being on these streams. To do it while watching AMC Fear Fest is like a double whammy of fun. So, well, I can tell you what Freemasonry is, what it's all about. That is something that every Mason has to decide for himself, right? And what his purpose in Freemasonry is. But what Freemasonry is a fraternal or a civic organization that evolved from stonemason guilds of the 15th century, and has been around for approximately 300 years, over 300 years, in fact. So think civic organization or social club or social group that steals or borrows or adapts stonemason symbolism as a way to form rituals that promote brotherhood and friendship. Um, but each Mason has to decide for himself what he thinks Freemasonry is all about for him and to him and what his goal is. It's not, nobody can tell a Freemason what he is expected to view as Freemasonry, right? Or what it's all about. I think sometimes people mistake that and think there's some Masonic leader telling people what Freemasonry is all about or its members, and that's not the case. Yes, Ryan, I am back. Well, so Albert Pike was a Freemason out of, if I recall correctly, Nebraska, though the southern United States. I know that for sure. I believe Nebraska. He was in the Confederacy. He was also very active in Scottish Rite Freemasonry, and he wrote Morals and Dogma along with other works that heavily influenced southern jurisdiction of Scottish Rite. Um, and I think personally, his influence on Freemasonry has been very, very greatly overstated. There's this saying that non-Masons know about Freemasonry thanks to Albert Pike, whereas Masons know about Masonry because they're Masons. For me, I'm more in the camp of the latter, uh, in the sense that to understand Freemasonry, you need to be a Mason. You can't rely on reading Albert Pike because he gets a lot of things right, but he gets a lot of things, I think, incorrect as well. So that's my view on Albert Pike, Mr. X, for whatever it's worth. Hello, Underground Thomas. How's it going? We are here hanging out. I'm watching AMC Fear Fest, and because of that, since I'm watching TV anyways, might as well stream, see who wants to jump on and say hello. Um, do these poll questions, have fun, hang out, all that good stuff. Well, I mean, it depends. Crunch food allergies are real. Nobody listen to Crunch Daniels and make yourself sick. It's 99% false. When I say 99%, here's what I mean. Some do, some don't. I don't, but Freemasons do drink alcohol. It just depends on the Mason and his personal choice. Um, when it comes to the idea of the occult and Freemasonry, right? Occult as a word simply means hidden. So therefore, any private ritual or private ceremony that Freemasons engage in could be considered occult. By the same token, your bank information is occult, at least to me, right? It's only been in recent years, or maybe the last couple of centuries, that occult has taken on sinister overtones, and become more assigned to mysticism. So in that sense, Freemasonry has occult qualities in that it has hidden or private ceremonies. The Illuminati stuff is pretty much nonsense. Illuminati was founded in 1777 by a former Mason, Adam Weishaupt, but it's not really been connected to Freemasonry since. in any way. In fact, the founder of Illuminati left Freemasonry to start his own group. The only place that it still kind of contains Masonic connections is in scammers who try to use the term Illuminati to convince people to send them money in exchange for riches and fame that never arrive. And the mysticism, it's really not a mystical organization. I always shy away from anything mystical. There are some Masons who do take some type of spiritual comfort from Freemasonry, but that's an individual choice. I'm not one of them. Um, so Rob, that is one of the things I most love about Freemasonry is the fact that it does not require religious affiliations of any sort. We have members who are Catholic, Christian, like the Catholic, Protestant, Anglican. We have members who are Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, Hindu, Indigenous, Wiccan. It's the belief in a supreme being. Like for me, I do not ascribe to any particular religious faith, but I do believe in a supreme being. But the way I understand that and what it means to me is different than maybe most people. But that's okay. So, and it's perfectly used the term supreme being, not anything else, because that's an Enlightenment era ideal that goes back to this idea of Freemasonry as not a religion, but rather welcoming to men of different faiths. The reason you need to believe in some type of a supreme being is when you're taking a Masonic obligation or Masonic oath, you want to know that you are taking an obligation oath to some type of supreme being that can remind your conscience of the oaths that you have taken, which is a very important thing to keep in mind. So there you go. I hope that made sense. Chemo low, no, we do not pee on each other. I promise you. In all of my time in Freemasonry, I've never seen anybody pee on anybody else. I just want to put that out there. If you want to leave unofficially, you could just leave. Just stop showing up, stop paying your dues. Eventually, you'll get suspended. If you want to leave in the proper way, what you would do is you would write a letter and you would say, I wish to demit. And then you record it as having left officially. Most guys do it the former way. They just stop showing up and stop paying their yearly dues. And eventually they get suspended for non-payment. But the right way to do so and the respectful way to do so is to write a letter or even give a phone call and just say you'd like to demit. Um, and then you're no longer a Mason. I mean, you're still taking your obligation, but you're no longer a member of a Masonic lodge. Um, so yeah. By the way, we are currently watching, if you want to watch with me, Friday the 13th, the original from 1980. In my opinion, it's actually my least favorite night, Friday the 13th, which I know will get me in trouble in horror communities, but what can I say? Depends. I am on Discord. Sad boys. Let me get the invitation for you, and you can join me on Discord. I'm trying to get more people on there. I'm a member of five lodges, and I pay between $100 and $200 per year to be a member. So yeah, it depends. It depends on the expensive expenses that each lodge has, right? Some lodges maybe exist in small towns where things are relatively cheap, versus if you're a lodge that exists in New York and your operating costs will be more expensive. And so based on that, that is how kind of um, you that's how you figure it out. But I'd say on average, it's between $100 to $200 per year, American. Sometimes more, sometimes less. I know lodges that are as cheap as $40 per year, but those are in very small towns. Sad boys, that is my Discord server. You can copy and paste that. You might be able to click on it, but copy and paste. And please find me on Discord. I'd appreciate that. I've been a Mason since 2007, so approximately 20 years, which is absolutely crazy to think. I passed my first 3 degrees. I'm currently a worshipful master, as well as being a master mason. And I joined Scottish Rite. I'm 18th degree Scottish Rite. So you don't really have degrees per se. You just say like, what is your degree? If that makes sense. I wouldn't necessarily use the term have degrees per se. But I hope that made sense. Mark, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button if you're not done so yet. I hope I'm explaining things well. If I ever don't explain something well, please let me try again and let me know. You get the opposite. You get more work to do. I suppose maybe you get privileges in the sense that, I don't, gosh, you don't really get privileges. So the degrees are meant to emulate or reflect upon stonemason, like operative stonemasons, their degrees and their training process. So, if you want to be a stonemason in the 15th century, you want to learn how to build things build things out of stone, right? You started as an apprentice. You started as an entered apprentice, and what that meant is you were an apprentice and you were learning how to be a stonemason. At a certain point, you became a fellow craft, which meant you had now learned your trade and you could apply your trade and work as a stonemason and collect wages. And then you may eventually become a master mason, in which case you could train others. You can now be a teacher to train others. Freemasonry is the same way. We have our entered apprentices, which means you're a brand new mason and you're meant to be learning what Freemasonry is and our craft. You then become a fellow craft. And as a fellow craft, you are then considered capable. You understand the lodge and you're able to contribute more to it, but you cannot necessarily, or you should not be teaching others. And eventually you then become a master mason, and at that point you learn how to become others. You learn how to teach others, you learn how to teach entered apprentices and mentor them in their skills as being a Freemason. Um, you cannot be an officer in a lodge in Ontario, which means you cannot take an office and contribute to the lodge and do work that needs to be done, administrative, technical, ceremonial, without first being a master mason. So I guess you could argue that's a privilege, although by the same token, I would argue that's also more responsibility as opposed to a privilege, or it's a little bit of both. Um, and then once you become a Scottish Rite member or York Rite member, and you get your degrees up to the 18th, or the 32nd, excuse me, or even the 33rd, but the 32nd, you can do work within the Scottish Rite, but it's the same idea. The more you advance, the more responsibilities you're able to take on. If that makes any sense. What is my current view? Mr. X, I appreciate that question, but there's so many problems in the world. It's hard to know where to start or which views to discuss. Here's what I'll say. I believe that Freemasonry could help solve a lot of problems in the world, or if not Freemasonry, growth in civic organizations could help solve a lot of problems within the world for whatever it's worth. But I think civic groups in general, if you ever read Bowling Alone by Robert Putnam, or even seen the movie Join or Die, which is based on the book Bowling Alone by Robert Putnam, you should hopefully understand maybe where I'm coming from or why my thoughts are that Freemasonry is so valuable. Interesting in terms of the poll question, looks like most people for the Tyler's weapon want it to be Jason's machete, which is in the lead. I have not. What's tragedy and hope all about? I don't know because I'm not a 33rd degree Mason. It's an invitational degree. I'm not even a 32nd degree Mason yet. I know there's a ceremony, it's investiture. It's mostly an honorific. You certainly don't have any extra authority as a 33rd degree, right? If you're a 33rd degree and you're sitting next to me in lodge, you're not 11 times more of a Mason than I am. Whether as much as you may or may not, want to be, you still get the same vote as I do, the same level of authority, and the same decision-making capabilities, right? If I'm the worshipful master, technically I will outrank you in that moment. Sorry, Josh, and the book. I will check it out. Where do I find it? Is it on Audible by any chance? Because if it's on Audible, maybe I can find it there. Who knows? What would you say? Is it your favorite book, or is there, a book that you really love that you'd recommend? I hope, by the way, you guys still found my um, Discord server. I'll put it here again. If you have Discord, please find me there. Shoot me off a message. C. I'm going to call you Caesar. I hope you don't mind. Well, just copy and paste it, and you should be able to find it that way, Sad. Just copy and paste because you usually can't click on links, but it's not in my bio. But just copy and paste. You should be able to put in your server and find it that way. If not, let me know. Um, well, I mean, I would say that's more an individual choice, Cesar. Whether you're keeping eye contact and smiling at people or not. I sometimes have trouble with eye contact. So, oh my gosh, I'm not sure, Ryan. Um, um, hmm. It's not in my bio. I'm not sure why it's not working. Probably not 1,000, Ryan. Let me see if I can. How can I do this? Let me try it one more time. Or what you can do is if you want, shoot me off an email, info at squareandcompass.ca, and I'll try to send it to you by email. My name on Discord is Square and Compass Promotions. So it's Square Compass Podcast. All one word, Square, Compass Podcast. Square Compass Podcast. You're welcome, Mark. I hope that I have been insightful. I hope I've given you some ideas on Freemasonry. I do these streams usually 1 p.m. Monday through Friday and 1 a.m. I did this one early because I'm watching AMC Fear Fest. I thought it'd be fun to watch it with people. Okay, I'll look for it. I'm definitely not that smart, Ryan. It's all an act, but you know, an act is okay. If you can fool the people into thinking you're smart, then maybe that's half the battle. But Mr. X, I hope you're doing well, and thank you again for being here. It's nice to get some new people joining, as always, so thank you so much. It's a commercial right now, but if you guys are watching um, AMC Fear Fest with me, let me know what you think of this movie, if you like it or not. I am an exception. Even though I love all the Fridays, the OG is my least favorite one. Which a lot of people, the OG is always their favorite. I'm the exception. For me, my favorite is part six. My second favorite is part three, which is on tonight at midnight. So, no, thank you for being here. If you want to share the stream with others, you're welcome to. If you want to hang out on my Discord, whatever it might be, I hope that you will join me. Welcome if you're just joining me. Thank you. Answer my poll question. What, if you're a Freemason, what weapon do you want guarding the Masonic Lodge? And if you're not a Mason, which weapon do you think would be best to guard anything? Jason's machete, Michael Myers' knife, the chainsaw, or Freddy's glove? Then get yourself to sleep, Mr. X. Just leave, like I said. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications before you go. Yes, have a good one, Mr. X. I agree. I don't know how to play Hogwarts Legacy. Where's that from? Let's see. How do I know if I got a request? I'm the worst, honestly. Oh, oh. See, I'm the worst pending Maz. I'm the worst at, all right, I think I accepted it. So I think we're all set. Honestly, I am absolutely the worst when it comes to this stuff. Like Discord. I am terrible at it. See, I don't have a PS5. I have a PS3. Which I love my PS3 because I can play Dead Space on it, which is all I really ever want to do. But um, interesting. Jason's machete is still in the lead, but not 47% for that one. Leatherface chainsaw 32%. Freddy's glove 5%. Michael's knife 16%. Honestly, to me, a chainsaw would be the most fun way to tile a lodge. If anybody tried to break into the lodge or get into the lodge and I had a chainsaw, I would be very, very happy. Because it would be quite a funny sight to see a Tyler, who's usually a very old fella, out there trying to chase some poor Cowan who knocked on the wrong door. It'd be a very amusing sight. Of course, I would hope that the chainsaw would be a movie prop and not real, lest anybody get hurt. I hope that you guys, as you're watching this, will also take a few moments to, um, answer the poll questions, not just here, but the poll questions that I've left on the YouTube community page of my channel. That is true. It would be Death Star. Monopoly is an American classic. It would be very loud and would probably be quite distracting if I were to hear the chainsaw go off, but nonetheless. Yes, I am. There is, yeah, about halfway through, about an hour and six to go, hour, 6 minutes left. And then it's part two from 10 to 12, and then it's part three from midnight to 2. Then I'm probably going to go to sleep because I want to start up this stream again at 6 a.m. with Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare because I love, love, love my two favorite movies of all time, not just my favorite nightmare movies, my favorite Halloween movies, but my two favorite or scary movies. My two favorite movies of all time are A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 and Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5, and getting to watch them with AMC Fear Fest seems like it'll be particularly cool, particularly nostalgic, and to do it with my friends on stream would be even better. So tomorrow you can expect me up at around 6 a.m. to start on that process. Yes, the screams would be louder, Dylan, and that would also be very distracting, you know. But still, we gotta have a little bit of fun, you know? And maybe tomorrow also what I can do is talk about my um, upcoming plans for this month. We have some special things planned for October, and I hope that you guys will stick around for those. Hello to you as well. Thank you for being here. All is well, Douglas. I hope you're doing well. I'm currently watching AMC Fear Fest and hanging out. I hope you'll answer my poll question. I hope that you will maybe share this stream. Hit that like button if you want to watch along with me watching AMC Fear Fest, the original Friday the 13th. Our hapless victim is currently going to investigate a strange noise. Let this be a lesson to you. If there's ever a strange noise, do not investigate. Hello, sports highlights. Happy Saturday to you as well. Happy Fear Fest Saturday, particularly. C6. Maybe I am gay, maybe I'm not, but you can still hit the like button and the subscribe button. That's true, Death Stark. You know, Scream Queens can be challenging in that way. Speaking of, we just had a scream in the Friday the 13th movie, and the typical picture or the shot of the light moving back and forth. Are you having a good Saturday, Daniel Barry Sports Highlights? Give it a few minutes. It's a dark and stormy night on Camp Crystal Lake. Of course it is. By the way, if you ever have any difficulties or there's ever any technical difficulties, don't be alarmed. I'll do my best to make it back as soon as I can. Welcome. You're just joining us. I'm currently watching Friday the 13th from 1980 on AMC Fear Fest. I hope you guys will join me. And if you want to talk about Freemasonry, though, please jump in the chat and say hello and let me know what your thoughts are. They are at the diner, the Crystal Lake Diner. Last seen for the first time since the last time. Last seen in Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, interestingly enough. I don't know if the diner was ever shown in any other of the Friday movies. Well, actually, no, that's not true. It was shown in a few of them. It was shown in with the fifth one, if I recall correctly. Nothing, honestly, nothing is free in Freemasonry. Everything you got to work for, put your effort into it. But free, no, you should watch the movie. Why did I tell the story? There's two ideas as to why it's called Freemasonry. They're both interesting. The first is it actually refers to a type of stone. So back when there were no such thing as speculative masons, but every mason was an operative mason who worked with stone. The idea was that there's a certain type of limestone that was basically freestone, which meant it would form in such a way that you could pull it from the earth. You didn't have to like chip it out of the quarries. It would just pull out. And it was called freestone. But because it was very hard to work with, it was very brittle, only expert craftsmen could work with it. And these were known as Freemasons because they had the capability to work with free stone. The other theory, and what I've heard, is Freemasonry refers to the idea of being free to travel. You were sufficiently free as an operative mason that you could travel to different work sites and collect your wages around the world. And that was where the free came from. You weren't assigned or forced to be in one specific job site. Hence the idea of Freemasons as being travelers. So there's those two theories. I actually tend to prefer the latter, but I think the consensus is it's the former that is true. At least that seems to be the consensus. Well, Lon, that is what I was always believed, but now it tends to refer more to people think of it as being freestone. So it's one or the other. I don't think so. I mean, Freemasonry in French would be Franco-Maçonnaire, I believe. Uh, Please forgive my horrendous accent. I always like to think, though, of Freemasons as being travelers. I mean, craftsmen are, in general, travelers, right? That's why any type of craftsman, carpenter, electrician, plumber, are known as journeymen because you're basically an itinerant worker, right? You're a what's it called? You're an independent contractor and you travel for your work. You travel for your supper, basically. You're a journeyman. There was a time when you would travel much further than you do nowadays for work. And even that costs money sometime. Freestone, it's just a type of limestone that it formed in such a way that you could actually pull it from the earth. It was very easy to, like you didn't have to chip it out of the quarries. You could just pull it in these big slabs. Um, so it was known as freestone for that reason. And thank you to everybody who's joined me so far. It's been a really fun stream. I'm loving it. I hope we'll keep it going for a fair bit longer. Like I said, there's at least till 2 in the morning when we've got the next stream. When we got my second favorite Friday the 13th is the third one, the 3D one. I definitely want to keep this going until at least then. So yeah, so it's softer stone, and that also made it harder to work with, right? And that was the challenge, which is because it was harder to work with, because it was more brittle, only the most experienced stonemasons could work with it. And there's some evidence that they were called Freemasons for that reason. Well, they were definitely the first stonemasons. Well, actually, no. I think you could even go further back than that. Gobelin would be further than that. There's a lot that you could go back to be further. No, no, this isn't a 24-hour stream. Can I have my name in blue? I don't know. Is that a reference to the idea of like being a blue lodge? I mean, if you want to join Freemasonry, I think that might be what you're referring to. I'm not positive, but you got to talk to a brother, talk to a Mason to be one, ask one. And not me because I'm online, but find one within your area that can help you. Well, you're up and awake though, so that's what matters now. No, Christopher, this is a 24-hour stream. I'm going to be coming in and out, but I'm going to be streaming for much of Fear Fest, so it'll be fun. I have no idea what that means either, but no, you cannot have a wrench. I need all my wrenches for myself. I'm not gonna now. I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream on October 21st, but not before that because I need to prepare myself. I need to make sure I get enough sleep in the days leading up to it and have all my stuff prepared. It's a lot going into 24-hour live stream. People don't realize. I love it. I absolutely love it. But, you know, no, definitely not. At least I don't believe it. That is the case. I could be wrong. But you, Renegade, are welcome to all of the cola in my pyramids. No, I'm not one of those who's ever believed any of those theories about pyramids, aliens, anything like that. I think, as always, the simplest explanation is almost always the most correct one. In this case, they just threw a lot of slaves and a lot of time and money at the time, riches, call it what you will, at the project and were willing to wait decades, if not centuries, to see them completed. Understanding the project may not be completed within their lifetime. Um, when you say that's dumb, Peter, do you mean I'm dumb or do you mean aliens building pyramids are dumb? Either way, I'm still happy you're here and I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. I was wondering where all my cola went. Now I know. Fair enough. What can you do, you know? You can't win them all, unfortunately. That still doesn't help me, Peter, because I have no idea who is dumb or what is dumb. I do not know to which that refers. Oh, my favorite horror, Derek, is A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 and A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. Not only are those my favorite horror movies, but those are my two favorite movies of all time, period. No medical school, Ryan. No way. I'm sticking to what I've already done. But please hit the like and subscribe button. To everybody watching this, including you, Peter. I know it's dumb to hit like and subscribe, but you can do it anyways. And answer my poll question. So far, Jason's machete is still in the lead with Leatherface's chainsaw coming up to number 2. I would have gone with Leatherface's chainsaw myself, but that's fine. Hello, Hoof. Well, I mean, I guess how old is like how much when you say way, how much older is way older? Because I could see them being a few hundred years older than theorized, but I'm guessing you probably mean a few thousand or something. Great Masonic films. The Man Who Would Be King, National Treasure, From Hell, are the ones that come to mind right away. and I love them. I love my favorite Masonic movie is actually From Hell. What makes you think that, Rondo? I don't believe in aliens myself. I don't believe aliens are out there. That's my own theory, though. So take it for whatever it's worth. I don't. Trying to think if I've even seen that movie. It's with Iron Man, right? It's with Robert Downey Jr. Trying to see now if I can find this. The old ones. No, I've never seen. I guess Murder by Decree from 1979, which links the investigation of Jack the Ripper to Freemasons. Kurgis Hobble, greetings. Not everybody here is a Mason, Kurgis, so please keep that in mind. But thank you for being here. Kurgis, I hope you'll hit the like button. I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. And let me know what you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry or anything else. My friend Watson, he just returned from the, you can say from the East, you can say East and West. Interesting. Okay. Although by the same token, might that have meant literally? Because didn't Watson travel? Wasn't he a doctor who was also worked in the army? He was like a medical doctor. Or sorry, he was a medical soldier or a medic in the army, I think. So I think maybe when they said East, what they meant is he actually was traveling in the East. Thank you, Kurgis. That's very kind. We are all travelers in one way or the other. Life is a liminal experience, right? Life is liminal space. I truly do believe that. You do you. You form your cult. You have fun. I wish you the best of luck with it. I'm sure it will be an absolute success. But you need people. You can't just call yourself a cult leader. We have a Karen from the Homeowners Association. I'm sure that you're. Yeah, Arthur Conan Doyle was a Mason. I know that. He was actually very prominent Freemason. Um, well, good for you, Christopher. Just treat them well. I do not, Derek. I do not. What's the old statement? You make more money as a leader, but have more fun as a follower? Sounds about right to me. For the record, I'm not a supporter of cults of any sort. I just want to make that clear. Um, Again, I don't know enough about OTO to say. That The Rock is Sean Connery. I've heard that too. A lot of people think that. A lot of people think that Sean Connery's character in The Rock is James Bond, which I could see that. I mean, he's what, a special agent, works for the British government. That makes a lot of sense to me. My name is Cameron Akoti. Thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And thank you for joining. I'll have to, clearly, because I mean, I saw it years ago. I remember Lord Farquaad from it, but I don't remember, anything specific about him. Well, I would believe it too. I mean, even if he wasn't intended to be that, you could always just like, you know, headcanon it. It makes sense. I like The Rock a lot. It was a good movie. What's up, Ash? How's it going? Just hanging out watching AMC Fear Fest, seeing who wants to join, chatting about Freemasonry. I hope that you will hit that like and subscribe button. I like Interstellar. Nice. Did you vote in the poll? And if you did vote, which did you pick? Which weapon did you pick? I don't know. I'm not an expert. It felt accurate to me. I think I've seen some scientists say it's accurate, but I mean, I wouldn't want to say for sure because I'm not that smart. It seemed accurate to me. To little old me, it seemed very accurate. I'm curious if people, when you vote for the what weapon would you want your Masonic teller to have to guard the door? If you do vote, let me know why you picked whichever one it is that you picked. Jason's machete or Leatherface or Freddy's glove. Why'd you pick the one that you picked? To me, the chainsaw would be the most interesting one. Okay, I love Livonia, and I love my Michigan brethren. Um, Derek went with the chainsaw. So let me ask you, Kurgis, did you vote in the poll? And as worshipful master or past master, what weapon would you want your Tyler to have to guard the door? I got to go with Leatherface's chainsaw. I think that would be the most fun. If we could get Leatherface to be the Tyler, that would be the most fun, I think. By the way, Kurgis, don't forget Windsor. It's just right across the river, and it'd be wonderful to have you join one of our lodge meetings. Even come for coffee in the morning. It'd be great to have you. There you go. Kurgis is like me. Wants to live life on the edge, you know? I once had a really funny idea, or at least I thought it was funny, for a bit where Deadpool is the Tyler in a Masonic lodge, but he keeps on killing all of the um, members that come for the meeting because he keeps making mistakes and getting it wrong. And nobody knows why. Nobody's showing up for the meeting, and Deadpool's out there killing everybody before they get to the door. I always thought it'd be a funny skit. I'm not Christian myself, Derek. I believe in a supreme being, but I would not describe myself as believing in any particular Masonic, or sorry, any particular religious, like Christian or Muslim or anything like that. My supreme being, I guess maybe you call me more spiritual if that's what you want. I believe Jesus was a real person. I'm hesitant to believe in any of the kind of miracles, but that's me and that's my personal opinion. There is an 43 minutes left in the original Friday the 13th from 1980. It would be intimidating and loud. That would add to the fun of it, though, that's for sure. I cannot pronounce that to save my life. EBOL. I'm going to call you E. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Answer the poll question. Hit the like button and subscribe button. Well, I think hopefully in most different understandings of religion, there are strict rules against human sacrifice. At least so I would hope. So yeah, I think in the case of Christianity, it's a very unique circumstance. From what I understand, again, not a theology expert by any means. Well, I mean, I think, oh my gosh, I don't know how much I can talk about this because, again, I'm not a theology expert or a theologian. So phew, that's very, so here's what I'll say though. This is me speaking not as a Mason, not as anything, just as a guy who kind of finds this stuff a little bit interesting. Um, it's not that, Jesus was a human sacrifice in the same way you or I would be a human sacrifice, because he was both a human and the Son of God and God himself. And so he was a unique being on earth and um, not you can't consider him as a sacrifice to be equivalent to a human sacrifice. It was a very different being, to be both man and God and Son of God. I have no idea, E. I'm just gonna call you E. I have no idea. I hope you weren't sacrificed, but I do hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. There's something so kind of like quaint about watching Friday the 13th, the original. They've got, the lanterns, they don't have televisions, they're still reading books at night. It's just a really cool and just different vibe you get. It's a very cozy, comforting movie, which I much appreciate. Well, I think it was a humanity sacrifice, right? That was the point. It was humanity and God sacrificing his son in order that we could be forgiven of our sins. I don't personally, I'm not Christian, but I know many Christians who do. And again, one thing I love about Freemasonry is we are kind of instructed not to be a reviler of any religion, which I think is the appropriate way to be. And something I take a great deal of pride in is not to be a reviler of anybody's religion. Um, well, many people do. I think we could use a little bit more of old time language in our lives. I think that'd be really cool. I try to be tactful. I think tact is a skill. Freemasonry does kind of encourage this idea of rhetorical ability, and one of the benefits of having rhetorical skill is that you can deal with tough subjects, which I do very much appreciate. Yes, I'm trying my best with Christian understanding, but again, I'm not an expert by any means. I do not. I don't believe in aliens. I certainly don't believe aliens have existed on Earth or visited Earth or abducted us or anything like that. I tend to be pretty skeptical about those things. This is live, Mac 10. Welcome. Thank you for joining. I am home. You go home. Yeah, I highly question it. I very, very much doubt it. I mean, anything is possible, but I don't think so. I mean, also, what I'd say, Derek, is if no aliens, then we are important. And I'm not the first person to come up with this point, but if you think about it, if there are actually no aliens in the world, or in the universe, excuse me, but us, then that places us as being incredibly important, right? We need to be cognizant of the fact that we are alone in the universe. Therefore, we are the exclusive ones that can appreciate the universe. And that maybe gives us more responsibility to be a little bit less cavalier with life, certainly cavalier with our own life, but the lives of others and the lives of this planet, and maybe be more respectful of it and try to support it. Because if we are it and we assume we're it, that makes us that much more important and that much more valuable. I'm with five lodges, but my mother lodge is Windsor Lodge 403. I'm currently the worshipful master of Border Cities Lodge number 554. Well, Death, Stark, I think something else may have happened. I think you may have had some hallucinations there. I'm one vote away from 30 votes on my poll question of what type of weapon would you want your Masonic Tyler to have. So if you haven't voted yet, get up to 30. I have no clue what that means, E. Um, I have no idea what that means either. There is about 34 minutes left, by the way, um, in the original Friday the 13th from 1980. So I hope you guys are watching along with me. Kind of fun thing to do. But let me know how you're all doing. Well, I mean, so Windsor does have seven Masonic lodges that meet different nights. Mine meet, as the next big thing we have coming up, Kyrgyz. We have a double second degree coming up on October 17th, Friday, October 17th. So if you can make it to that, you're welcome to do so. I hope you will. Uh, Canadian Armulation Ritual degrees are really fun, and they're a blast to check out. So I hope that you will do so. Yeah, no, it would be really fun. Derek, I don't believe in ghosts per se. I do believe that one thing ghosts can provide is an absolutely awesome and incredible opportunities for things like ghost tours and special events and paranormal expos. A lot of lodges are taking advantage of those, and I think it's awesome. I'd love to see more of it. Um, so yeah. Speaking of, I'll mention if anybody out there like me loves to travel. Um, oh, we got our 30 votes. Sweet. I wonder what's winning right now. I'm curious. Jason's Machete, 43%. Um, If you're Canadian and you want to travel, especially overseas, not counting the States, but overseas, make sure you're traveling with a passport that is 6 months, has 6 months or longer to expire. If you try to travel overseas and there's less than 6 months, you're at a big risk of not being able to travel. A lot of people think if you have 6 months, you're still okay. But most places overseas, if your passport is set to expire within 6 months of your travel or in less than 6 months, they'll not let you go. So my passport is almost at that point. So I've started the renewal process now, just to make sure I have it done in time. And in Canada, you can renew your passport online. It's a new system. I don't want to follow the dark side. And no, I don't believe in actual haunted places. I just like the idea of hauntings for the entertainment value of them. Because I do really love the entertainment value of it. I think it's really fun. As somebody who loves anything and everything scary, of course it makes sense that I would love, ghosts and ghost tours and things like that. Got this little fly that keeps bugging me over here. And she's out, 30 minutes left. She's out searching the woods. This always reminds me of all the places I've loved throughout my life, like the Grove in Glenview, Illinois, Fort White Nature Center, even Heritage Village a little bit in Windsor. Yeah, I think a lot of it is people doing it to themselves, right? Self-hypnosis, self-freakouts, convincing themselves they've heard things when they haven't. I think that's more often than not the case. There's actually a ton of Masonic lodges that have horror movie nights and scary nights and paranormal investigations, like Norfolk Masonic Temple, the Haunted Masonic Temple in Bay City, Michigan. Windsor's done some stuff in the past. Um, they're great ways to kind of earn some income. And if not even earn soon, just bring people from the community to learn more about Freemasonry and learn more about our buildings and what makes them so special. So I encourage everybody who can consider them to consider them. I believe in the existence of a soul. I like to think I believe in a soul as well, Deathstark. Certainly, I believe that there exists an immortal idea, if that makes sense. And this idea of there being an immortal idea, I think you can call that a soul. I think that's a pretty common idea theologically, Deathstark. What you just said, this idea that there is a single moment of time that is understood by the Supreme Being. I love the lodge in Bay City. Well, I've been there a few times. Initially, when I went there, the lodge in Bay City was actually a separate building from the Scottish Rite Cathedral. Now I understand it's all in the same Scottish Rite Cathedral, but there's also an old Masonic building in Bay City that every Halloween turns into a haunted temple, which I love. I think it's awesome. Again, as someone who loves anything scary, will always support that. Well, pink's my favorite color, so I guess pink houses is what I prefer. Hi. Got my cat here. He's going to watch some scary movies with me for a bit. I've been to the Masonic building in Detroit oh my gosh, dozens of times. I don't even know how many. A lot. I mean, it's so close, right? It's hard not to want to go there. By the way, Kyrgyz, have you ever, or can you ever, or how should I put this? If you're interested, I hope you'll consider following me on Patreon. You can follow me on Patreon for free, or you can spend $3 a month, get some special things, like some special exclusive posts. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. It's patreon.com/square and compass. So please follow me. Patreon.com/square and compass. That goes for everybody here. I've been on a few of the tours. I've been on both the public tour of the main part of the building and then the behind the scenes tour, where you get to see some of the things that you normally don't get to see. So I've done them both. Just fell through a window, one of the victims. Welcome, everybody. If you're just joining us, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Jump in the chat, say hello. Let me know what you think of Freemasonry or scary movies, as I'm currently watching AMC. Oh, Bay City's beautiful. I haven't been there in years, but I loved it. It was a beautiful, beautiful city. I'd love to get back there. I had really fond memories of it. Can't help you, Lon. You're on your own. We got somebody driving up. Welcome, though. Thank you so much if you're just joining. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe, and let me know how you guys are doing. Here we go. Check this out. Here's my cat, just for the record. Hi. Oh, for heaven's sakes. This will get the people tuning in. Say hello, Bandit. This is my cat. We don't want to eliminate anybody, Death Stark. No, eliminate homeless people. My cat's much nicer than she looks. All right? I know she looks cranky, but that's because cats always look that way. And her foot is currently stuck in my shirt. There we go. There we go. Hi. Say hi to the people. Bandit has grew up on a steady diet of scary movies because when she was a kitten, I would always watch scary movies. And so she would watch them with me. So she, like me, loves Nightmare on Elm Street. It's her favorite movie as well because I told her to. And she has to listen to me, despite the fact that she's a cat and doesn't care what I say at all. Yes, it is a cat party. When I put Bandit up, we get more viewers. Let me try this again. Here we go, people. Look at my cat. Yes. Hello. Tell the people to like and subscribe to the podcast. Bandit tells you to like and subscribe and to watch scary movies. So do all of those things. Yes, there she is. You see? We got the hearts. I think that might be Smokey the Clown. If I could get Bandit to stay here, she could be my co-host. But you know cats, they don't ever listen. She is. I've had her for about 10 years now, give or take. Yeah, I guess it'd be almost exactly 10 years. I got her in 2015. It's crazy to think how much time flies. See, Bandit, those hearts are in honor of you. Plus, what's wrong with having a cat, during scary, spooky season? Cats are like part of that. She's called Bandit because you can see it looks like she has a mask on, right, with the black around her eyes and then the white beneath. She looks like she's got a mask on. Cats can live, I don't know, I think maybe 15, 16 years on average. Hello, Rania, absurdly obscured. Thank you for being here. I mean, I'm hoping my cat will live a few more years. I agree, MBIC. Yes, 10 years approximately. MBIC, Rania, please vote if you've not done so yet on my poll question. The weapon you'd want your Tyler to have. Yeah, cats can be more effective than people give them credit for. I find with cats, though, they're definitely more like chill than dogs. That's the thing I don't like about dogs is that you get no time to yourself with the dog. With cats, it's like, well, Bandit is not a house cat, so that's not an issue. With cats, they're not going to be crazy, right? And just constantly get in your way. Whereas dogs, as soon as you get home, they're right there. We've got about, let's see, 21 minutes left in the original Friday the 13th on AMC Fear Fest. Not young, 10 years is old, but she's still got a few years left, I think, I hope. She's also purring, so that's nice. Well, that's true, but some are afraid of dogs and some aren't, right? It's just human nature to be afraid or not afraid of things, which is okay. Well, definitely not. Bandit's got a few more years left. Nice. That's awesome, Kurgis. Crazy Woody, welcome back. Thank you for being here once again. It's always nice when people come back. I think so, yeah. I mean, it's more like when, not if, right? Sooner or later, we all pass away, including cats. I'm sad to say, but I hope that it's not anytime soon. But then, yeah, I'd get another cat. We're hearing the story, the young boy drowning. We're at the expository scene. His name was Jason. But that's kind of the price you pay, right? Like, that's true for everything in life, Derek. Even your friends, sooner or later, they'll be gone. Now, hopefully, it'll take many, many decades before the friendship has to end. But I think part of the curse of giving yourself to something or loving something is sooner or later you lose it. I always view it as kind of the Stoic philosophy of you don't really ever own anything, anyways. So even your cat, you don't really own your cat. It belongs to the universe, and sooner or later it returns to the universe. Yes, sooner or later you return to the universe. But that's okay. At least we get to be grateful for the time we do have with our pets instead of being sad about the time we don't get with them. But there is something really kind of funny about the human capacity to make friends and to fall in love with things that we know we're going to lose sooner or later. Okay, I'm 18th degree. I don't know how it works in Michigan exactly, but in Canada or in Ontario, certainly, your degrees, you get them over weekends. You do Lodge of Perfection one weekend, then Rose Quad the next, and then you become, you become you go to consistory and get your 32nd much later on. All right, Bannock keeps playing with the wires, so he's coming back here. He's coming back here to say hi to everybody once again. Well, I mean, losing your fiance is going to really, really suck. Um, and there's nothing I don't think anybody could say to make it better, except I hope that people would say, again, that, she returned to the universe, I guess, and maybe you will, or you're definitely going to return to the universe yourself one day, and then you'll be reunited. But I know that's small comfort in the moment of it just being a really shitty, shitty situation. And I'm sorry that that happened. I'm sure she was beautiful. I would never forget my first love, E. I fall in love every day. You should fall in love every day. It's like the old practical magic thing, right? Fall in love as often as you can. Practical Magic, one of my favorite non-horror Halloween movies. Oof, I gotta give my cat a good brushing. My cat needs a good brush. Yeah, I've been through all the degrees, about to start going through York, right? Okay, cool. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. I plan to hold off on York Rite for a long time, but I'll join it eventually. I'm just busy focusing on the craft lodges, a lot of which are struggling in Ontario, as they're struggling in Michigan, I'm sure, and around the world. But we're working on it. Yes, they are. Oof. Oh, for heaven's sakes. All right, Bandit, down you go. I gotta get you brushed at some point. Holy, now I'm covered in cat hair. Clearly, I've not brushed Bandit for a long time. Alabama, Sandra Wells, thank you for being here. I love Alabama. I've got a lot of good stream friends from Alabama. I hope you're doing well. I don't know if you're like me and you enjoy horror movies, but we're watching Friday the 13th, the original from 1980 on AMC Fear Fest. They're going to keep struggling too. There's not a lot of good solutions out there at the moment, but we're working on it. It's funny, I understand Jason being super frightening. This is just an old lady. Is she really that scary? That's one thing I've never understood about this movie. Like, you could probably take her. Adriana King, I forget the character's name, but the actress is actually taller than this old lady. Oh, Sandra, your boyfriend is a smart man. My favorite, for the record, though, is not the final chapter. I'm actually not a huge fan of that one. But um, comparatively speaking, I like them all. My favorite is part six, and my second favorite is part three. Oh, that depends on which movie you're talking about, Derek. In Friday the 13th, movies two, three, and four, I'm watching the first one right now. We're just at that part. Jason is a human being. He's basically just a very strong human being who's kind of malformed. He has malformation on his face and he's got developmental issues, I think. But he's just like a really strong, big, hulking dude who's mentally delayed. In part five, it's actually not Jason, it's an imposter pretending to be Jason. In six, seven, eight, and nine, he's a zombie. So he's dead, brought back to life, and now he's a superhuman zombie. And in part 10, he's a robot. And I love them all. Adeline, thank you for sending me your email. I realized I sent you a link that had expired. So I need to send you a new link, which I hope to do today. Let me just see if I can do that right away. I love Wrong Turn. Wrong Turn is awesome. But Adeline, how is it going for you? I hope you're doing well. Are you a fan of scary movies? Because we're hanging out watching Fear Fest on AMC. Bit chicken when it comes to, oh, come on. these movies are so silly. They're not even that scary. When people ask me like the best first movie to watch for a scary movie, I always suggest I always suggest Friday the 13th Part 6 because it's so silly and fun. You're going to enjoy it. I have no idea what that means, Steve Bano, but please hit like and subscribe nonetheless. I think you're already subscribed. Please hit like. Um, I hope you're doing well as well. And thank you for being here. I love House of Wax. When I'm here talking about, I'm here talking about Fear Fest on AMC. Of course, I'm going to love House of Wax. House of Wax is a perennial um, AMC Fear Fest favorite and a great one. I feel like that was one of those movies that for a lot of people was their like a gateway into horror movies. It's almost like the 13 Ghosts of like 13 Ghosts a few years later. For a lot of people, it was kind of their first foray into horror movies. So, okay. And by the way, Adeline, I put you on my email list as well. But let's see. Okay, I just sent it to you. Let me know if you got it, Adeline. It's the new link that should work and get you your free gifted Patreon tier. Um, well, for me, when I was a kid, the very first scary movie I remember watching was Nightmare Part 3. It was at a sleepover, and yeah, it scared me to death as well. So, um, but then you keep watching them, and then it switches from being scared to you're having fun watching them, and you're enjoying the process of watching them. So that's a pretty good scary story, Death Stark. In fairness, I'd be scared by that too. Never seen it, but they're making a remake of it. So if ever there was a time I should be watching it, I think it's now. Oh, without question, Sandra, this sleeping bag kill. It's just so ridiculous and so much fun. How can you not love it? You know? And so definitely the sleeping bag kill. I like all the suggestions, Derek. Most of these, though, I have seen, but keep suggesting movies. I appreciate it very much. You're dating yourself a little bit, but yeah, 2000s horror movies are great. They all have their really interesting. What's Get Out of Here or Get Out? I've never heard of Get Out of Here. 2000s horror movies have a really distinctive style, which is really interesting to see. So I enjoy them a lot too. I enjoy how horror movies throughout generations or decades have their own unique views. Awesome, Adeline. If you haven't, I'm sure I'll send you an email and let you know. Like I said, I've added you to my email list. You should be getting something by courier soon when it comes to, yes, looks like you have, um, you know, active soon. Once the link expires, you can either keep up the $3 a membership month or just go to being a free member. Either is perfectly fine. Oops. Oh my gosh, feeling about Israel. My eaten bones, that's a question and a half. So at the very least, you should hit the like and subscribe button if you're going to make me answer that question. Um, I am actually a member of a Masonic lodge in. Hello, Sage. How's it going? Um, I am a member of a Masonic lodge in Israel, Lodge Holy Land number 50, and very proud of it. Um, I think that if you were to show me a map of the world 100 years in the future and that map were to not have Israel on it, I'd be saddened by that. Having said that, I'm very concerned about the government of Israel and its actions. I think they're terrible towards the people of Palestine, especially, and obviously, and I think much of what they've done, the government has been monstrous. Um, so I guess you can take that however it is you want. I think the best solution to the Middle Eastern, I guess, crisis, if you want to call it that, is a two-state solution with the Israel and Palestinian state. But we'll see. I don't know if that answered your question well. If it didn't, I'm very sorry. You cannot have a wheelchair too. This is my wheelchair. If you want to get your own wheelchair, then you have to go and get your own. But leave me alone. I've seen Evil Dead. I like the remakes better than the originals. I have no legs. What could I do with a cane? Well, Sage, England never like belonged to Israel. I think you're talking about the Balfour Declaration, right? But that wasn't. I mean, I think Israel was the United Nations resolution in 1947, right? Or 48? Something like that. I did not just get out of the halfway house. Maybe that's how I look, gamer, but I did not. But please hit the like and subscribe button. I'd really appreciate it. Oh, that's true. Probably not, Derek. I don't know what the Hitler zombie experiment was, but that does not sound like something I would believe in. Um, the original Friday the 13th is almost done. It's got 3 minutes left to go. Then we're going to be at the next one. Friday the 13th, part two. So Sage, for me, wasn't Saturday the 14th? That was from Psych, right? Which was a great episode of Psych, the TV series, if I recall correctly. I really liked it, so. My cat is right by the door, which usually means there's something happening that I don't know about out there. You can hear something I can't. Are you a fan of Psych? No, no Sage. And by the way, thank you for being here once again. Don't forget, everybody watching this, you can also support me on Patreon, support my socials, all that good jazz. Helps out majorly. I would really appreciate the support, and thank you, everybody, for joining us. And she wakes up in an asylum. I like how in the first several of these movies, there's always this bit in the Friday the 13th about the final like survivor always goes crazy and wakes up in like an insane asylum. Oh, no worries. There's this episode of Psych called, if I recall correctly, Saturday the 14th, which is kind of it's like a parody of horror movies and slashers. It's a really good one too. It's really funny. I like the episode. I like Psych in general. I would recommend everybody watch it. There's an episode that plays up Freemasonry as well. It's called Dislodged. Um, oh, if like I don't know about. Do you mean the card game? Because I don't know enough about the card game to say what the characters are or what their powers are. I mean, if I had any magical power, I'd want to be able to teleport anywhere instantly. Would be my first choice. My second choice would be the ability to fly. And my third choice would be the ability to be invisible. But I think my first choice, actually, no, super strength. But my first choice would be the ability to teleport anywhere. Well, good to know, Derek. I'll do my best to be careful. But I'd say if I could do anything, I want to be able to teleport myself first. Because I love to travel. I consider myself a traveler, and the ability to travel anywhere is something I would very much love. Paramount logo, we're going with part two. Well, I'd like to stay on this world, but just go anywhere within it, you know. Like I said, we are now at Friday the 13th, part two. Once again on AMC Fear Fest. Watch along with me. Let me know what you're thinking about, how you're doing. Well, I think animals can see things we cannot. Even if you look at like snakes, right? They can see in infrared and we cannot. They just evolve differently, be able to see different things. Hello, 24 grams of Steve. Why not 25 grams of Steve? Or 26 grams, oh, geez, or 26 grams of Steve. By the way, please hit the like and subscribe button if you're new to the stream. If you're not new, welcome back. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or anything else you want to talk about. I was going to spend the day watching AMC Fear Fest, and I figured if I'm going to be doing that anyways, why not do that with other people and come online and see who wants to watch along with me? Yeah, I figured come on and see who wants to join me and wants to chat and hang out. Why not, you know? If you have the time to do it, you might as well. And then tomorrow we've got my favorite shows coming up. So that particularly is going to be a lot of fun. For Lord Farquaad, I'm not a huge. I remember being, younger and enjoying it, but I never really got into, I would say, kind of these movies, like the um, the Shreks. Is it that I look like Lord Farquaad, or is it just that Lord Farquaad is a Freemason? I've always wondered that, if that's what the thought is. I'll take it. I'm sure he's a very handsome fella. A very, very handsome fellow. And a kind and benevolent ruler. I will just have to accept it because I love my cat too much to get rid of my poor cat. Even if my poor cat was possessed, I would just have to live with it. Just have to accept it. There are worse things than having a possessed cat, though, in fairness. I am not, at least I hope not, Eric. But you know what list you can be on, Eric? You can be on my like and subscribe list. So please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button. Would be much, much appreciated. And answer my poll questions, ask about Freemasonry, just watch Fear Fest with me. We are at currently watching Friday the 13th, Part 2 on AMC Fear Fest, which is a tradition that I love. Still here. I'm going to be here for pretty much the entire weekend because this whole weekend I have my plan to do a AMC Fear Fest watch along and, come and go. I'm not going to do a full 24-hour stream. I've already taken a couple breaks and I'll take a couple more. But, I come in and out of these streams. So please don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button, by the way. And let me know how you're doing and if there's anything you want to talk about. Well, temperance is a good thing for Freemasonry. Freemasons should have temperance. If you want to help support my temperance, become a Patreon member, all that good jazz. Let me know what you think of Friday the 13th, part 2. There's currently 1 hour and 52 minutes left. Well, I think cults, they emphasize kind of leadership without responsibility for the members, which is what concerns me, right? I think your first goal, if you are in a leadership position, should be to care for the people that you are leading. And it seems like cults, the emphasis is um, always on what the cult gives to the leader and not what the leader does for the people. That's one way to do it. If a building abandoned, you mean if a Masonic building is abandoned? I mean, if it's abandoned, sooner or later it goes into receivership if no one is dealing with it or taking care of it or not paying the bills, right? Well, that's how it should be. I mean, I treat being a leader as like Game of Thrones. What you want to do is kill one person right away so they know you're serious, and then you go from there. Or unalive one person right away so they know you're serious, and you go from there. No, I think, leadership is really hard. Being a Freemason hopefully teaches people some valuable leadership skills, but you have to understand it actually is incredibly challenging. And that's one of the things that makes it so special, is the fact that it's so challenging. By the way, I'm 1 like away from 20 likes. So if you haven't hit that like button yet, for heaven's sakes, for heaven's sakes, that was not a Freudian slip. Just get me up to that 20th like, please. And don't forget, follow me on all my other social media channels as well. It'd be truly, truly appreciated. Thank you guys all for joining me. I truly appreciate it as well. Sorry, Death Stark. I don't know enough again about OTO to say when we got 20 likes though. We did it. You can also support me on Patreon if you want to do that as well. I don't even know how to be a gang leader, so I couldn't teach anybody else since I don't know how to do it. You'd be better off not being a gang leader. My advice is don't be a leader. That seems like a pretty terrible way to live one's life, in my oh so humble opinion. Well, I saw one about OTO leadership. Again, I don't know anything about OTO, so I can't really say, but if that was the kind of thinking behind it, then that is not cool. Well, I appreciate that. They got a cat. Speaking of cats, they had a cat just pop up in the Fear Fest. So, um, oh, and now we're gonna go the fridge and the head in the fridge. I'm watching it on AMC Fear Fest. I love AMC Fear Fest. It's an incredibly nostalgic part of my life. Every year when we come to AMC Fear Fest, I love it. And so I was going to watch it all day anyways. I figured why not watch it with everybody else and jump on the stream. Dark Knight, hello. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here as always. See, I don't watch AMC ever except for October and except for Fear Fest. I feel like that's a big part of their business model too, is they know that a lot of their people come on for the month of October and then kind of go away again. So, but it's my favorite time to do it is October and Fear Fest. You know, that's kind of how I first discovered Halloween Part 4, Halloween Part 5, or at least it's where I start to watch it most frequently every Halloween season. So, Scene Terrifier, liked it, bit too gory for me. I tend not to be a fan of the gorier movies, but I enjoyed it quite a bit nonetheless. Oh, I'm sure I would be. I'm sure I think I was pretty terrified of it at the time. You know, the term Terrifier, pretty good name for it. I think that same old guy was from the first one as well. They never listen to this guy, and look at all the things that happen, you know? And the car gets towed, almost. Psst. Small town, getting towed. I hope everybody's having a good time, having a good night, watching some scary movies with me. Be back on tomorrow at 6 a.m. probably to watch even more of them. So enjoy watching them for now. Thank you all for being here. What I'll probably do is tomorrow I'll actually set up the schedule properly, and so we can kind of I'll let people know about it in advance. I think we got a this fly like he's flying around here. If you're just joining, we're hanging out watching Camp Crystal Lake, watching Friday the 13th, part 2 on AMC Fear Fest. I was gonna be doing this stream. I was gonna be watching Fear Fest anyways, so I figured, you know what? Why not watch? What I'm watching it. Why not do a live stream and see who wants to join and hang out? And now it's commercial. Welcome. If you're just joining us, jump in the chat, say hello. Put on your AMC, watch Fear Fest with me. Nightmare Friday the 13th, part 2. And ask me questions about Freemasonry. We can do a watch party, hang out together. If I'm going to be doing this, watching this anyways, might as well do a live stream while I'm at it. Let's see what's happening in the news while I'm waiting, while we got this commercial going. Chicago is trending. Of course it is. I love Chicago, by the way. Incredible city. Boko, they don't need to be free. They're already free, as we all are. Welcome, Boko. Thanks for being here. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. And I hope that you are having a great night. Thank you for joining. If you're new, Gonna give it a bit of time and see who else joins. And again, I hope you do enjoying watching some scary movies with me. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. Well, Boko, I understand you may believe that. For me personally, I don't know. I would not necessarily call myself Christian. I do believe in a supreme being. However, whatever it is you believe, I hope you find peace and comfort in that. And I thank you for being here. And I still hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button. I have a cat. That's all I got. So, no wife, just a cat. What about them, Deathstark? Although I will say, when you talk about Moses, there's this new YouTube program called The Promised Land, which is really good. I like it a lot. It's hilarious. I mean, if you can find me one, I guess, but they find me tiresome. I have peace, comfort, trying to save your soul. I appreciate that, Boko. I do. That's very kind of you. I think my soul is okay, but I can't make any promises. Um, I suspect he got a pass, Deathstark. Um, but I think my soul is okay. But I appreciate that nonetheless, and thank you for being here. Well, let's not do that, Derek. Let's not be doing that. Um, because that's how you get in trouble on YouTube. Well, Boko, I definitely don't agree with that. I think that is very unkind. Um, I believe I've known many Muslims, they're good people, and I believe that they would also find their way to some type of afterlife that is kind. I don't drink, Derek, but we are hanging out right now watching some awesome scary movies on AMC Fear Fest. And I'm going to encourage everybody, Boko as well, please hit the like and subscribe button. It'd be incredibly kind of you to do so. You have a lot more faith in me than I do, Derek. I don't agree with that, Desktop. I think Muslims are traveling as I do, as many people do. They're immigrating, and that's okay. Um, Welcome, Lex Animata. Good to see you back. I love England. I love France. I think they're both great countries. I love England. I love France, but I don't want to see anybody's underpants. Let me just make that clear. I mean, I don't even know what hepatitis E is. I know what hepatitis A and B is. Is there even such a thing? Most people, I'm just reading this from Google. Don't take my advice. I'm not a doctor. Most people with hepatitis E fully recover and have no. Well, I don't think they need ours in the same way we don't need theirs, but people have the right to move around and immigrate. I'm a big believer in that. I think diversity is a strength. I know it's become cliche to say, and cliches are um, what's the word I'm looking for? Cliches are by nature, people get tired of hearing them, but I think they are nonetheless very valuable. Um, or sometimes a cliche can be incredibly valuable. And I think the cliche of diversity is a strength is in fact very valuable. No, but conquering the world is not inherently a good thing, nor is it inherently a bad thing. It's a bit more complicated than that, right? There's different types of strengths. And in 2025, when you're never going to have another political entity conquering the world, I don't think the extent to which a world is conquered should be considered a strength necessarily. Loyalty doesn't come from blood. I'm loyal to my Masonic brothers, and they are not related to me by blood, right? I think that loyalty comes in many different forms. Look at the army, right? They're not all related. They still are loyal to one another. What's in my blood? Freemasonry. That I know many brethren have no Masonic family and are still supportive and love Freemasonry. Zhang, I am not. I am a cis male. But whether as trans or cis, you should still hit the like and subscribe button. Moon's Joy, good morning to you. I hope you're well. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And I hope that you'll let me know how you're doing. And if you want to hang out with me, I'm currently watching the first Friday the 13th part 2 on AMC Fear Fest. And answer my poll question. What weapon would you want your Masonic Tyler to have? And if you don't know what Masonic Tyler is, just what weapon would you want anybody to have if they're responsible for guarding you? I remember the name. Yeah, I remember that name. How's it going? I am from Canada, Windsor, Ontario. Damn, I don't know what BTO means. I'd like to think none of us are going to hell. I'd like to hope that, anyways, but we shall see. I could very well be wrong. You as well. Hey, I always love it when you join. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button, answer the poll question. In case anybody's curious, Jason's machete is very much in the lead right now at 43% of the votes. Well, have her send me an email, info@squareandcompass.ca. I think I'm interesting. Thank you, super fan. Share the link with others. Let more people know about the stream. What's your native language, Moon's Joy? And don't forget to everybody watching this, make sure if you are under the age of 18, you got your parents' permission to be on stream and on YouTube. Well, don't give me anybody. Calm down, Derek. It's not how this works, right? Um, just have them come on the stream and they can say hello that way. I want to visit the UK as well. You're not alone. It's just expensive to travel to the UK. But believe me, it's on my list too. That's in Japan, right? Or China? That's in China, right? You speak Mandarin? Mandarin, all right. Iceland is on my list too. I hope that I got this correct. If I didn't, please let me know. Moon's Joy. Oh, well, that is very tempting. As someone who grew up in a place where there were mosquitoes galore and it was a pain in the butt, I appreciate any place that has no mosquitoes, believe me. Well, thank you, Moon's Joy. I appreciate that very much. And thank you to everybody who's joining. If you're bored, I hope you'll hang out with me. I'm watching Friday the 13th Part 2 on AMC Plus. Thank you, Raven, and thank you for the thumbs up. Oh, I love Tennessee. I've not been to as much of Tennessee as I want. Primarily, it's been Nashville, as well as Knoxville. But I love Tennessee. I love the Masons of Tennessee. They're really, really cool people. Me too. I'm a member of a lodge that meets in Tel Aviv, but I can't travel there right now due to the war. But believe me, I'd like to travel there, and once I get the chance. Um, okay. I mean, I'm sure the mountains of Tennessee are beautiful. I'm also sure Rhode Island is beautiful. Great Masons in Chicago as well. Or sorry, in Rhode Island, I should say. Well, nobody gives, that's not how it works, Derek. Nobody gives anybody to anybody. At least I don't want to be given anybody. I'm happy to meet anybody, but that's a different thing. Can't give me somebody. So no, but I would come to Rhode Island to visit the people and to see the Masonic lodges there. That would be really cool. Kenneth, okay, cool. I'm assuming Mason out of Tennessee. Um, well, not a surprise anymore. I know, no surprise marriages. I'd love to be given. I know you cannot take my cat either. In Canada, I cannot. I speak English and bad English. So I grew up in Winnipeg, Manitoba, but then moved to Windsor. But there's great Freemasonry and Freemasons in both. I've been to Quebec and Montreal a couple times, not as many times as I'd like. But there's also a very prominent French-speaking population here in Windsor, Ontario. Actually, ACFOWEC represents them very well. ACFOWEC being the Association of Franco-Ontarians, so basically French Ontarians here in Windsor. They're a very cool group, very good group of guys. A very good organization that promotes French culture. So there's a lot of French speakers all around Canada, not just centralized within Quebec. Again, the most common example people think of is Quebec, but even in Winnipeg, St. Boniface, um, well, I mean, I know about hepatitis. I knew primarily about hepatitis A and B because I got vaccinated for those before when I traveled recently. I had not heard about anything past A and B. I don't even know if there's a hepatitis C, to be honest. I will say this is probably a good opportunity for me to give my plug for something I think is incredibly important, which is vaccination. If you're a Mason and you're traveling, I love the old Coca-Cola machine over there. If you're a Mason and you are traveling, I think one of job you have is to check to see if Health Canada recommends any vaccinations for your travels, and then you should travel with those vaccinations. I think we as Masons have a responsibility to care for our health and the health of those around us, and that includes by getting vaccinations. So, well, I don't want to Google it now because I'm currently watching Friday the 13th, Part 2 on AMC Fear Fest. And I hope you guys will do that also. Canada has many people of many different cultures. It's one of the best things about Canada, or one of the things I most love about it, is the fact that it has so many different cultures and peoples and beliefs. Well, I mean, I do Moon's Joy. I try to at 1 p.m. Eastern. So right now, to give you an idea, my time it's 10:39. Um, Not usually on weekends. This is an exception. I'm hanging out watching scary movies. I know I was going to be watching scary movies all day, so I figured why not stream while I'm doing it, just to give myself something to do, keep myself busy, and maybe get some more watch time and some more watch hours. Because I'm getting very close to having enough to have community chats and stuff. And it can kind of be a watch party, you know? One of the best things about watching scary movies is watching them with other people. If everybody's just joining us, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. If you are new to the stream, go onto AMC maybe, watch some AMC Fear Fest with me, particularly. Currently watching Friday the 13th, Part 2. And answer our poll question. What do you want your Masonic Tyler to be armed with? Another commercial. 1 hour, 15 minutes left in Friday the 13th, part two. What ain't got no gas in it, Jerry? Welcome though. Thank you for being here. I think you're new to the stream, so how's it going? Maybe you're gonna watch these movies with me, hang out with me. Let me know how you're doing. I'm glad things are going all right for you. I hope that you will hit that like and subscribe button if you're new to the stream. Normally, I talk about Freemasonry, so if you have any thoughts or questions on Freemasonry, let me know what they are. And if you don't, just want to watch a movie with me, AMC Fear Fest, Friday the 13th, part two, about an hour in or so. About an hour and 50 minutes to go. Well, Freemasonry, right? So the civic group. I don't know anything about how to build anything out of stone, but I know about Freemasonry or speculative masonry, the civic group or the fraternal group. Luke says, say something. How's it going to everybody watching this? I will say, please hit like and subscribe. I will say I'm currently hanging out watching AMC Fear Fest, particularly currently Friday the 13th, part two. I hope that you guys will watch along with me. I hope you'll also subscribe and like, answer the poll question, and let me know if you have any thoughts or questions on Freemasonry. Not really. The all-seeing eye and the pyramid, which people tend to view as Masonic, they're not exclusively Masonic symbols. You know, Egypt was very popular amongst many individuals. You know, Ben Franklin was a Freemason, but I understand the person who was the person who was picked to design the bill was not himself a Freemason. So, to my knowledge, it's more coincidence, right? And that, like, pyramid, the unfinished pyramid, the idea of constant growth, or never being completely finished in this experiment of building something is a very common idea. Yes, I am a Freemason since 2007. Normally on this channel, what I talk about is Freemasonry. Today, I'm watching AMC Fear Fest, which I love. And I figured, you know what, since I'm watching it anyways, I might as well start my stream and see who wants to join and just hang out with me. Never seen it. So I can't say, Jerry. Have no thoughts because I never saw it. Oh, can you guys still see me? There we go. I think I might have gone out for a second. It depends, Luke, on the nature of the meeting, right? If it is a administrative or business meeting, we deal with the administrative tasks necessary to govern a lodge or run a lodge. So what that means is correspondence, bills, minutes, who's sick, who's ill, who's not doing well. All the stuff that we kind of need to do to make sure a meeting runs or an organization can operate well. Then if we have a new Mason joining or advancing, we have degree nights, which are ritual nights. And then on top of that, we may have banquets or special events. My girlfriend's dad, okay, very cool. I mean, Freemasonry used to be much more ubiquitous than it is in 2025, but we are still trying to grow. Cool. Where do you work? And by the way, Luke, please hit like and subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Well, not every Mason has a briefcase, but many Masons do, because it's an easy way to carry your Masonic apron and your Masonic regalia, is what I assume you are referring to. Because yeah, and I mean, the fancier you get, um, the fancier you get, and the more regalia you have to have, the bigger your briefcase gets very often. Okay, so maybe they come in after their meetings for refreshments, or before their meetings for food and drink to kind of hang on fellowship. It's very common. A lot of times Masons will get together before or after a meeting for refreshment in a different location. One thing I always say is we tend to forget in Freemasonry how valuable it can be to a local economy and local businesses. Like I'm sure the restaurant appreciates the work, right? Well, maybe their lodge meets Friday afternoons, or maybe they have a separate coffee club, or they just get together for fun. We in Freemasonry Sundays will have informal get-togethers, or we'll set aside a day to get coffee together, or maybe that they meet every Friday afternoon, and then the morning they get together for breakfast or a coffee. Yeah, I mean, if they all have briefcases, it might mean that they've all been Masons for a while, or they all have fancy regalia. I don't have a Masonic briefcase. I don't know what rune means. Well, not robe. It's a apron. If you type in Masonic apron, you'll see it. Um, some of them are very simple and they're plain white. Some of them are very fancy. It just depends on what rank or what office you hold within Freemasonry. Raven's uncle had one. There you go. Perfect example. Yeah, a lot of people have the briefcase. Again, it's an easy way to carry all of your Masonic items. Your aprons, minute books. If you're a secretary, you have a lot of your business items in it. So, I mean, different people have different views on how they should be about Freemasonry and how secret they should or should not be. I tend to be not very secretive about it. There are things I won't say, and there are things I won't talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. Those are the modes of recognition. But as a general rule, I am happy to discuss my experiences with Freemasonry, why I love it, why I care about it, and why I think it's better for the world that it exists. Some of them do. Some of them do have the regalia gets more fancy the higher up you get. Rob OTT, I will not but you can hit the like and subscribe button, Rob OTT, and thank you for being here. Yes, we're talking about Freemasonry. I'm also watching horror movies right now, watching Friday the 13th, part two. There's about an hour and 8 minutes left to go. Different reasons. Sometimes it's an age thing. The older ones tend to be more secretive about it. Some people are just naturally more private individuals, and they probably are secret about a lot of things in their life. Um, Rob OTT. I have a cat. I have neither a girlfriend nor a boyfriend, but it's nice of you to think I could be in a relationship. Most people find me tiresome and too boring to be in a relationship, but nonetheless, or too tiresome to have a boyfriend or girlfriend. But so I appreciate you believing I could have a boyfriend or just a significant other of any sort. Well, there you go. I guess I got Derek's cousin to look forward to. Well, again, that's even nicer of you to say, Raven. But most women find me challenging. Most people find me challenging. So, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Well, I don't see everybody's comments or everybody's trolls, Mark. But everybody, including Rob OTT, can hit the like and subscribe button, whether I respond or do not respond. Now we're getting kind of gross there, Derek. Let's just calm down. This is a family stream. I've tried to learn patience. Most would say I failed miserably. Maybe Freemasonry has taught me patience. Who knows? I am been a Freemason since 2007. No, that's not it. Freemason, as in the speculative Freemasonry or the civic group or civil group, not Freemason, as in actual stonemason. I wish I was because I have a lot of respect for those guys, but I'm not one of them who can do that work. That's been true for 300 years, Raven, not just nowadays. For many, yeah, since 1717, if not earlier, since really 1634, probably. I think he was making a joke, Raven, which is fine. If we do, I've never seen that, so clearly I'm missing out on the real meetings because in my 20 years, I've never seen us sacrifice anything, children or otherwise. So clearly, I don't get to see the fun parts of the meetings. I just get to the boring parts where we talk about the minutes and our correspondence. Well, there's different dates people give. 1634 is a pretty common date. I think you can kind of go with that one as a pretty good guess. Well, then hit the like and subscribe button, Rob, on your way out. Well, fair enough. Thank you for being here, anyways. Well, I think some people just troll or make jokes as well, right? So you can't take it too seriously. The ceremonies and the rituals usually, I mean, there's an opening and closing ritual, but primarily it's for degrees. So, give it a bit more time. I'm just hanging out, wait to see who joins. And we're chatting about Freemasonry and we're watching AMC Fear Fest. Well, I mean, that is. I got this. Oh, there it is. I know what's happening. That is one way to do it. What I would say though is you do also want to keep in mind that whatever you read and write, the initiation process, it has to first and foremost come from you and what you experienced, right? You can do all the reading and all the writing you want, and you should, and that's a really good thing, Raven. But everybody is going to have their own, something goes by, is going to have their own kind of understanding of what the ritual and what the initiation process meant. That's one of the beautiful things about Freemasonry is the fact that everybody has these different views of what it means to be to be initiated and to be a Freemason. He is back tomorrow, I believe. He is back tomorrow for Freddy versus Jason, and I cannot wait for that. I agree. But I love Fear Fest very, very much. There's something just super there's something super nostalgic about it. I think for everybody who's like my age, it's one of those things where you kind of just feel nostalgic for it. We all miss Elvira's movie Macabre for different reasons. I just rewatched Demon Knight. Actually, that's a great movie. I forgot how good that movie was. So what's on the special? Right now it's Friday the 13th, part two. Um, it is. I actually have the novelization of it as well, and that's really, really good. I agree. Billy Zane did an incredible job on it. Never seen Bordello of Blood. I want to. Um, I will check it out. I remember going to like plenty of like the video store and always seeing the cover for that and never getting it. Like that cover is like burned into my memory, the VHS cover, but never actually seeing it or renting it. Yeah, I always end up going for the classics, the Halloweens, the H2, the Halloweens, the Freddy Kruegers, the Jasons. So it's on my list, though. Welcome. If you're just joining, thank you guys for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. I hope you're all doing well. Oh, Dennis Leary. Joe Dirt. That takes me back. What a movie that was. Gotta cheer for the underdog. Right? You gotta cheer for the underdog. Dennis, oh my gosh, it's Dennis something. Joe, I think Joe Dirt, cast. Miller, Dennis Miller. There we go. I did have dinner. I had pasta. I had leftover pasta from the day before, actually, and it was really, really good. Oh, let this be a lesson. Don't mess with people. You end up hanging upside down. Lilith. Okay. I mean, like I said, it's 100% on my list, so I want to check it out for sure. If you want to order me pizza, Derek, by all means, you can order me pizza. I will never, ever complain about that. I wish you best of luck figuring out how to get them to me. That's a whole other can of tuna, but you can certainly order them for me. Um, you can Uber Eats them my way. Interesting, in this vote question, 46 votes. The winner right now is still Jason's machete at 43%. The chainsaw's at 33%, so that's interesting. You would think Chainsaw would be the winner, Derek, but that's okay. Um, that's what I would go with. In fairness, it'd be very loud, and maybe they're thinking it would just be too loud and distracting. For what a weekend. I mean, I'm live streaming off and on. I'm going to live stream today till maybe 2 a.m., then take a break, then be back tomorrow to finish off the stream by watching Friday the 13th, or sorry, Nightmare on Elm Street. Well, that's nice, Maxi, but you can hit the like and subscribe button while you're doing that. Eyes, I'm actually very short because I'm missing my legs. I'm in a wheelchair. You're going to see that in 1 second if you stick around because I need to go get some water. So you will be seeing the fact that I am, in fact, very short. Oh, less than that. I have no legs, right? So like 3 feet? I don't know. I never had them. I was born this way. I was born missing my legs. So it's not as though I ever lost them, right? Which is, I do think, makes it a lot easier um, to be born without your legs as opposed to losing them in an accident, right? Because when you lose them in an accident, I think what happens is you tend to have to relearn everything, which is a lot harder than it would be otherwise. Clearly, you want to be back here because you want to learn more about Freemasonry or you want to like and subscribe to the podcast. Maybe even want to support me on Patreon. Who knows? But welcome back. There's about 45 minutes left in, uh, sorry, 45 minutes left in Friday the 13th, part two. I try my best, Joel. I try my best. I mean, life's pretty good, right? You can't complain, especially if you're lucky enough, like me, to be born in Canada, to have the things I have in my life. You really can't complain too much. There's a lot of people who have it far worse, that's for sure. No. Speculative Freemasonry, how to make sure your Masonic Lodge is strong and growing. as much as you possibly can, which is admittedly a challenge in 2025. All civic groups are experiencing it. Fair enough, but you came back for a minute, so I appreciate that. Derek, hello. How's it going? Thank you for, I think, being back. I think you've been on here before. Welcome back. If you are new, hit the like or subscribe button. But otherwise, thank you for being here once again. Favorite sister to the lodge? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Joel. When you say favorite sister, you mean like favorite lodge to visit? That's not my mother lodge. Um, Dearborn, Glenview, probably Glenview United Lodge. Or actually, no, I'd say Morton Grove Lodge. Um, Morton Grove Lodge out of Glenview, Illinois, which I'm hoping I may be able to become an honorary member of. I'm 42. I don't need parents. I mean, I need my parents. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy. I want them to still be alive, but I don't need my parents. Um, I do too. I think that's one of the, I mean, visiting any lodge, whether it's newer or older or anywhere in between, is really, really incredible. Um, I agree with that. Yeah, I remembered. I thought I recognized your name. Well, welcome back. Thank you for being here. Derek, there are many haunted lodges, at least so they say. Windsor supposedly haunted, Detroit, Johnstown Masonic Temple, Norfolk, Bay City. There's a lot of them. I would say the one that is the most well known as of right now is Johnstown Masonic Temple in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. If you Google it on YouTube, you'll see a lot of videos popping up of ghost tours and ghost investigations all taking place there. So I'd hope that you guys will check it out. Very cool. Jersey is yeah, okay, that's where you're from. You're from the Jersey Islands and the channel, right? Not usually. If there's a degree, we might wear tuxedos. It just depends on the lodge and kind of the tradition. But generally speaking, there is an expectation that during a degree you'll wear a tuxedo. A couple, Rondo. It makes things more interesting. You got to find a couple. No, no skeletons between the walls. Um, though again, it'd be way more fun. Well, I think different states are more or less strict. I do think, generally speaking, states in the southern part of the United States tend to be a little more lax on dress codes. At least that's my experience. But in the same case, I've been to Illinois dozens and dozens of times, and never really had any issues with dress code, to the point where when I was going there, I stopped bringing my suit and tie because it was annoying to try to travel with the suit and tie, and I found that it wasn't really necessary, you know? So travel is one of those things where you have to kind of always be trying to plan it out how you're going to travel. Can you travel light enough that you're not dealing with baggage fees if you're flying, but also bring everything you need? Travel light, travel far is a very good piece of advice. Well, I mean, Freemasonry, you could argue, was initially or originally a union, right? It was stonemason guilds that evolved to be Freemason guilds. I think you could argue that to be the case. So it does make sense that they would go together. But I mean, Freemasonry is not a union. We need to keep that in mind, right? It's fulfills some of the same things, some of the same kind of both human desires for support and to be part of something, along with the necessity of a safety net. I have Pray at Night, or no, The New Strangers Part 2. I haven't. I've heard it got some bad reviews, but as someone who loves scary movies, I want to give it a chance. I find often, even when movies have negative reviews, I still enjoy them. So, all right, Derek, how about we pick a different topic there, buddy? All right. Do you notice a lot of Boilermakers? Boilermakers in the drink or the type of like actual Boilermakers? Because if it's the former, then no, I do not. By the way, we are about 20 minutes in to, or sorry, we are 20 minutes after 11 here, about 40 minutes to go in Friday the 13th, part two. Oh, yeah, like I was like, do you mean HVAC workers or do you mean Boilermakers like the drink? In both cases, no, I don't see a ton of them. I mean, obviously, we have HVAC systems in our buildings, so I see them when they're called on to deal with that stuff. But welcome, if you're just joining us. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I'm watching AMC Fear Fest. And see, I think one of the things about The Strangers that works so well, Derek, is the fact that um, um, they had no motive. That's what made it work so well, I think, in our Masonic, in the horror movie experience. The idea that these things did not have, these strangers did not have a purpose, did not have a reason. That was kind of the crux of the film that made it work so well, I think. So providing a backstory, I'm not sure if that's the best idea. I have one buddy who's a Mason in Canada. Not so, yeah, it's not been my experience. I know actually a couple plumbers who also do some boiler repairs. So I guess I do know a couple, but it's rare. Welcome, Luciano Lafort. Thank you for being here. I mean, whatever your Masonic lodge is located, whatever the kind of, if there is a town that has like a particular industry on which it's reliant, a lot of your Masons are going to work there. I mean, one thing I'm always arguing and trying to remind people of is you cannot separate the conditions, the economic conditions, the work conditions of a town from the Masonic lodges located within that town. So if you have a town that is heavily dependent on a particular industry, a power plant, whatever it is, and that power plant moves, shuts down, lays people off, it's going to have an effect on Freemasonry. Your membership is going to either have to start moving to new locations to find work or find different work that's going to maybe impact their Masonic careers a little bit, or may need to cut back on non-necessary expenses, such as their Masonic dues payments every year. Well, I mean, if a whole town is abandoned, then the Masonic Lodge will just cease to exist. But if the town is not abandoned, but the population significantly depletes, then the lodge will significantly deplete as well. And that, and then whatever you do to solve that problem. I mean, it's really tough to say, right? What you can do in that situation. But Johnstown, Elko, Nevada, all that stuff, man, it happens. It just gives the characters more meaning. Well, I mean, I will check out The Strangers Part 2. Right now, obviously, we're watching Friday the 13th Part 2 on AMC Plus. If you're just joining us, you can watch along with me. We're doing this, hangout live stream. Watch along. I'll be doing it again tomorrow. In the meantime, though, please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button. And thank you all for being here. I don't want to put a hole in my drywall. I do want to have you hit the like and subscribe button, though, hands rated. No, no. I mean, this is me watching scary movies while answering questions about Freemasonry. Of course, you can own a for-profit company or a not-for-profit company. Or do you mean our Masonic Lodge is not-for-profit? Like we as Freemasons in our day-to-day lives can do whatever we want. Um, whether it's whether it's for-profit or not-for-profit, that's not going to affect what we as Freemasons can do. Most Masonic lodges are not for profit by default. I am not half Samoan. I would be honored to be half Samoan. Those are tough dudes. But thank you for being here, F King. Please hit like and subscribe. I love the Halloween movies, Luciano. My favorite is the original, and then my second favorite is Halloween H2O. Or sorry, Halloween 2 by Rob Zombie from 2009. Then my third favorite is Halloween H2O. But if you love Halloween movies, then you must love AMC Fear Fest as much as I do, because I absolutely love it. That's what I'm watching right now. Never got into Twilight, Derek. I'm sorry to say. I think it's a bit too YA, young adult for me. Oh, he's going up the stairs. I remember District 9. That's where the aliens came and they're put in like these ghettos, right? And then one guy became an alien. Um, I could see that. I'm surprised they haven't made a sequel to it yet. It feels like it's quite timely. I'm not going to say how or why it's quite timely, but it feels like it might be quite a timely movie in 2025. 30 minutes to go. 31. Welcome back, Rondo. Weapon for what? Probably weapon for, I probably mentioned weapon because of Friday the 13th. I'm currently watching Friday the 13th Part 2. Castro, there is no ultimate goal for Freemasonry. Oh, something's happening out there. People are happy. Every Freemason needs to decide that for himself, what their ultimate goal is. For me, the ultimate goal of Freemasonry is to fight for a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Or you could say to build a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. That to me is the ultimate goal. Oh, weapon as in the question. So a Masonic Tyler is a ceremonial position. His responsibility is to keep off Cowans or non-Masons from entering the Masonic Lodge during our ceremonies. So just think about it as like a security guard. So what type of horror movie weapon would you want a security guard to have? Eavesdroppers, yes. It's funny that Machete won. To me, I think a chainsaw would be quite effective, especially a Leatherface, wielding that thing. Rondo, I still don't know what that means. In fairness, I've been watching scary movies and my brain is now mush. Yeah, somebody must have won a game. Normally, when something like this happens, there's been some famous sports success. Oh, Baghead Jason has arrived. So there you go. I don't know if anybody's watching AMC Fear Fest with me, but it's with you. If you are, it's currently Friday the 13th, Part 2, and we are about 29 minutes to go before this movie is finished. And all of these questions I'm asking here, okay, let's see. It's 3I Atlas. 3I Atlas. Well, I don't think they ever, I could be wrong, Joel, but I don't think they ever confirmed that the UFOs were aliens, just that they were unidentified. I very much am hesitant to believe that they are aliens. However, amateur telescope imagery of 3-1 Atlas sparks frenzy as NASA remains in shutdown. 3 Economic Times. Here it is. 31 Atlas is a comet discovered by the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System on July 1st. At least 7 billion years old. Do they think it's going to hit us? Is that what's happening? Looks like it won't. But cool. I don't know much about it. Sum up Freemasonry or sum up the movies. Freemasonry is a civic or social club, a fraternity, and it evolved from the stonemason guilds of the 15th century. Interesting. I mean, I would be very hesitant, especially because if it was meant to be kept a secret, I don't know why a member of Congress would know about it. It would probably be kept to the president and the head of NASA. It was actually written before he was a Freemason. I know very little about it. Because he wrote it before he was a Freemason, I chose not to check it out myself. Russell Dixon, welcome. But he wrote, oh my God, I can't remember the name of it now. The Secret Teachings, the Lost Secret Teachings, I think it was. The Secret Teachings of All Ages. It's interesting. He was Canadian and he actually joined Freemasonry in California, if I recall correctly. There you go, Joel. So it sounds like it might have been a valuable tool, at least for yourself. I would not, Derek, because I like having no legs. And I don't want to change that. I've seen episodes, but never a full season. I always liked what I saw, though, Rondo. I always really enjoyed what I saw. So there is that. I feel like if I recall correctly, I was told that there was some type of Masonic connection between American Horror Story and Freemasonry, though I can't remember what it was. So I'm hesitant to say that for sure. Maybe like a lodge or something represented in one. So I've seen some clips of the series, but never the whole thing. Is that your lodge, Joel, or is that something from American Horror Story? Oh, what's your lodge, Joel? Ionic. Okay, yeah, mine, I think most people know it, but if you don't, I'm currently Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge number 554. And I'm 2 likes away, by the way, from 50, or sorry, from 30 likes. So we can make that happen, people. Here's the Butterfinger thing. This commercial, I've seen it like a dozen times. I'm being Pavloved into loving Butterfingers. Yeah, we got more. I don't know what's happening. I'm wondering if there's something in the news. Let me check. Um, Symbolic and metaphorical, Derek, but those things are important, right? Pythagoras, like Euclid, was a mathematician and he made many either discoveries or rediscoveries of geometric principles in geometry. And geometry was initially considered equivalent to Freemasonry or Masonry. Every stonemason needed to have at least some basic understanding of geometric principles in order to be successful at his trade and at his craft. So, if you read, for example, the Regius manuscript or even the Anderson constitutions, the connections of Freemasonry to geometry and Pythagoras are really emphasized heavily. Um, well, Derek, I would be stuck, but that's okay. So it's not that Pythagoras invented or Freemasonry or was a Freemason. Rather, his ideas of geometry influenced stonemasonry, allowed them to become skilled and to grow, which then allowed them to become Freemasons over time. If there's a zombie apocalypse, I'm going to the Windsor Masonic Temple. I can tell you that right now. That is where I'm going. But if you look at, again, if you read the Regius poem or the Halliwell manuscript, what you'll see is, uh, Pythagoras and Euclid being called the fathers of Freemasonry. And really what they mean is the fathers of stonemasonry or the fathers of geometry. And the idea of order, right, and geometric order is very relevant. Maybe, Rob, the YouTube feed is trying to tell you that you want to join Freemasonry. Who knows? If it's fast zombies, we're all in trouble. If it's slow zombies, I think we could have a chance to win. Resident Evil Canada, they should have said Resident Evil in Canada. That'd be awesome. Rob, to be one, ask one. You got to find a Masonic lodge within your area, get in touch with them, and proceed from there. You write them a letter, you send them an email, because you don't, there's no like one centralized location. It's each lodge has to determine how they wish to proceed. Um, the Edit Man 5. Welcome, Edit Man 5. Please hit like and subscribe, by the way. I'd appreciate it. Jesus died for our sins. Edit Man, it sounds like you might be of the Christian faith, which is awesome. Welcome to the stream. Let me know how you're doing. Chug a glass of water. You know what, Edit Man? Honestly, I was about to get water anyways because I'm very thirsty. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I do need to get some water and I'll see if I can chug it. No promises though. Okay. By the way, Edit Man, we're watching Friday the 13th Part 2 on AMC Fear Fest. I hope you will watch along with me. To watch AMC Fear Fest? 20 is great. All right, here we go. You ready? Edit Man 5. I got this bottle of water. Steve, welcome. I'm not going to make any promises as to how quickly I can chug it, but let's see what I can do. Because I do need to get water. I'm very thirsty. All right, here we go. There we go. I did it, Edit Man. So now you have to hit the like and subscribe button. What do you think is the best psychological thriller? Showgirls. No, seriously, Mulholland Drive is, I think, the best psychological thriller. Genuinely one of my favorite movies of all time. I really like David Lynch. You could also argue Inland Empire is up there. What was it? Mulholland Drive or Inland Empire, both by David Lynch. The first one I said was a joke um, called, I said Showgirls. I did, Edit Man. You'll just have to trust me on that, though. I'm not going to go get another bottle of water. I'm not crazy. Though now I have to go to the washroom. See what happens? Yes, Joel. Yeah, I mean, if you, I don't know if you're a fan of David Lynch. He did three. He did, well, he did more than three, but he has thank you, Edit Man. I did three, he did three movies. They were called the Los Angeles Trilogy, Lost Highway, which is good, Mulholland Drive, which is unbelievably good, and then Inland Empire, which is not as good as Mulholland Drive, but still really, really good. Have you ever seen Mulholland Drive yet? Yes, you should definitely check it out. By the way, if you're supporting me here, you can support me on Patreon, support me on Twitter, etc., etc. That would be very helpful. That's a nice question I should ask. A horde of zombies is attacking the lodge. What do you do? I haven't seen either. Well, Rob, I hope you'll check them out. Like I said, I love them. That's the thing I love about these streams. It's like really fun because not only do I get to hang out, I get the chance to like talk about things I enjoy and maybe encourage other people to check them out. I look to the east. Don't, for heaven's sakes, if by that you mean look to the worshipful master, don't do that. You're not going to get any help from me as worshipful master. You're on your own. Well, thank you, Rob. I mean, you can join for free too at the start, right? I don't think anybody should join to necessarily at the start pay any money, but the way you do that is patreon.com/square and compass. Oh, hiding under the bed, dropped some water. That's how it goes. Patreon.com/square and compass. And depending what level you join for free, that's awesome. If you join at a certain level, you get certain perks. See that? You see YouTube doing its job. Thank you, algorithm. What's happening, Christopher? How's it going? I don't know what unblocking chakras means, but cool. By the way, I'm now 1 like away from 30 likes. I am currently watching AMC Fear Fest. I hope you're watching with me. There's about 15 minutes left to go. And if you're like me, you find AMC Fear Fest a super nostalgic time. Our main character, whose name I cannot remember at the moment, Alice, if I recall correctly, is running through the woods. That's fine too, Christopher. You do you. You can definitely take a few moments while you're doing this, though, to follow me on Patreon. I did it. Do I have 30? I have 29, I think. Shoot. Unless my thing's not showing one of them. Boo earns YouTube. I'll get 30 soon enough. It's no worries. 52 votes. Machete is still in the lead. Leatherface Chainsaw is at second. Freddy's Glove is at 10%. And you know what? I can respect it. Freddy Krueger is my favorite horror movie villain. I'm going to show you all my stuff from him tomorrow. Nice. So you got the third. So must be something's wrong with my thing. It's still showing 29. Who knows why? But thank you for the 30. It is truly, truly appreciated. And I hope everybody is having a great time. I am having a great time. What could be more fun than getting to watch scary movies with people I enjoy hanging out with? Favorite movie of all time? Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. I'm going to go with Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5, The Dream Child. I love that movie. I absolutely love that movie. Yes, the Wonderland Jog. I think it's incredible. And the reason I love it is not just because I love the characters like Alice Johnson, who played by Lisa Wilcox, all of her friends, Dan Jordan. I have been lucky enough to attend a lot of scary movie conventions and horror movie conventions. And by the way, Rob, I am on Twitch. I'm almost never go on Twitch, but I'll send you my Twitch info. And if you want to follow me on Twitch, I would truly appreciate it. And when I have been at these conventions, I've actually got to meet Lisa Wilcox, Dan Jordan, and that made me love the movie even more. I got to watch it outside on a giant inflatable screen with the actors from it. It was just really, really special. And I have their autographs. I got to meet them. They were super friendly to me. And I just, because of that, ever since then, I've really, really loved those movies even more. I wrote about why I love them on Medium. So if you get the chance, you can check out my Medium channel. But Rob, It is twitch.tv/Square Compass Promotions. Twitch.tv/Square Compass Promotions. Please follow me on Twitch, Robin. Thank you for being here. My favorite band is Leonard Skinner. My favorite song is Simple Man. But my second favorite band is Blacktop Mojo. And my second favorite song is Prodigal by Blacktop Mojo. And I always mention the second one because I think Blacktop Mojo deserves way more love than they get. So yeah, I am still live. It's a good idea, Rob. I've been wanting to get a link tree forever, and I just keep forgetting to do it. But that's very good advice. It's a very good friendly mention, Rob. It's on my list. The problem is I'm trying to put all my eggs kind of in the YouTube basket. I really don't do much on stream or even Discord, even though I have both of them, and I do, appreciate people follow me there. It's just very rare I'm actually doing much. They are from Jacksonville. That's right. They are from your neck of the woods. And that is really cool that your dad used to play with that band. Tell your dad that's awesome. Oh, I have to get a second camera, but that's a good idea. Um, what I find is whenever I stream on Twitch, I don't really get the people showing up. Not near as often as I get the people showing up, on YouTube. But I think on Twitch you have to stream for longer to get people showing up. It feels like, anyways. Whereas with YouTube, I think the algorithm's a little bit friendlier, relatively speaking. I mean, there's 5 people currently, but things go up and down. Maybe I'll try some of that soon. Soon. When you say higher quality, do you mean people more likely to react, less likely to troll, um, more likely to purchase subscriptions or whatever it is? I mean, yeah, these, don't get me wrong, I enjoy my computer and my phone, but getting one of those would probably be really good. So maybe I'll have to try more Twitch. I just found YouTube seemed to be the place that a lot of these, especially Masonic streamers, were going. Um, but I do have my Twitch, so same thing with Discord. Like that's on my list as well, to get more active in, not just to have it, but to actually get more involved therein. But follow me there by all means, and I'll definitely see what I can do. I mean, obviously, when it comes to live streaming, Twitch seems to be the place where people got more famous. Hassan, like a lot of political streamers, right? Destiny, I think, um, all seem to get more popular on Twitch. Oh, Jason is the original Mama's Boy. We got about 8 minutes left, 7 minutes left, and we have Jason thinking he's talking to his mother at the moment. Hello, the Edit Man 5. Welcome back. Thank you for subbing. I chugged the whole thing of water. You should be very happy with me. And thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. Um, I guess it depends how you would define psychological thrillers. I mean, Requiem for a Dream, I would view that as a thriller. I view that as a horror movie and a thriller as well, and a very, very good movie. The best, in my opinion, representation of addiction in any movie was Requiem for a Dream and why people find themselves addicted. Thank you, Joel. That's really good advice. Um, Making these streams personal is, I think, the most important thing, and also a challenge because what I find the biggest challenge is when it comes to stream is trying to dictate my audience. Do I want my audience to be people who are already Masons and looking to grow more in their Masonic journey, or non-Masons who want to learn more about Freemasonry from an outsider's perspective? It is a crazy movie. It's also a very good movie. It's also, Joel, I would argue, a very Masonic movie in the sense that if those characters had Masons or supports or fraternity or brotherhood on which to rely, they may not have found themselves needing to go down the path of addiction and alcohol and drug use, and addiction. They simply didn't have the supports they needed. Really, Requiem for a Dream is a movie about loneliness and how people choose to fill loneliness in their lives. Never seen that one. What's that one about? What's Alpha Dog about? It's interesting. My 53 votes for the weapon question. Kids playing. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play at that game, eventually it might not become such a game and might not become so much that you're playing. That's good advice in life to keep in mind if we're being honest. Two minutes left, and then we're going on to my second favorite of the Friday movies, Friday the 13th, Part 3, which was the 3D movie. Ages ago with Robin Williams, right? Ages and ages ago. I enjoyed it, um, but it's been a very long time, so I honestly can't even think I remember much of it. Well, it came from the Hamlet quote, right? When he talks about death and what dreams will come in that sleep. Um, right? Which is a great quote. My favorite Hamlet quote. Oh, the dog is okay. My favorite quote, or from Hamlet, is actually, or from Shakespeare, is actually from Macbeth, the tomorrow soliloquy, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. It's a great, great soliloquy, great moment. Patrick Stewart does it incredible. It's the how you feel when you feel like everything is means nothing. Oh, and there it is. Great jump scare at the end of Friday the 13th part 2. No, but I want to because people keep telling me that Carl Jung will have some great insights that can apply to Freemasonry, which I don't doubt, but I suspect he'd have some great insights that could apply to many things. Um, every now and then, back when I used to be a fan of Jordan Peterson, I'm not really anymore. Um, he would mention Carl Jung, and I thought he had some very interesting and valid things to say. Second movie in a row, ladies being taken out on a stretcher, having, gone crazy. What's it called? Is it called the Red Book? Thank you for all the hearts. I don't know if that's Smokey's back or if that's you, Joel. Whomever it is, thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Um, it makes it helps people find the stream. I'm just enjoying hanging out and chatting. It's been a blast. Like, you can't complain about the life you lead when you spend your day watching scary movies on AMC Fear Fest, and chatting with people on stream. Then that's probably Smokey the Clown. Thank you, Smokey. If that's you, whomever that is, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's been great. I'm curious, let's see how many new subs I've got so far. Uh, if that is Smokey, though, please don't forget, I still need my donuts at some point. Welcome back, Derek. Is that you giving the hearts? But nobody's giving anybody. That's not how it works. You don't give people away. But I still appreciate it nonetheless. Let me see if I can figure this out. Being weird right now. Dun, dun, dun. Hello, Christopher. Welcome back. Or maybe you've always still been there. Let's see. Okay, 2000. Basically, I got almost 20 new subs, so thank you so much for that. Well, thank you for sticking around then, Christopher. Are you watching the movies with me, or um, are you watching AMC Fear Fest at the moment? Now watching Friday the 13th, part 3. Hashtag. No, he's not. He's fine. He's welcome. Everybody's welcome on this stream. Just calm down there, Derek. All right, Christopher. Well, that counts. But if you ever get bored and want to hang out with me, I'm currently watching Friday the 13th, Part 3 on AMC Fear Fest, which is my second favorite Friday the 13th movie. By far. So it goes Part 6, Jason Lives, Part 3, 3D, and then probably Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. Which, by the way, that does put me in kind of interesting categories in the horror community because most people would not put Part 8 that high. I would. I have not seen Nefarious yet, but everybody keeps telling me. So AMC Fear Fest, we are Friday the 13th, Part 3, 1 hour and 56 minutes left. For the Friday the 13th movies, I think it's a nostalgia pick. It's got such an like it's as 80s as you can get. Somebody mentioned that earlier in this stream when it was on. It's such an 80s vibe to it. It's hard not to find that charming. Even the things that most people dislike about it, I find charming. Like the fact that they couldn't get a big boat, so they had to kind of work around it by doing a lot of half shots of it. I find charming the fact that they couldn't shoot much in New York, so they had to spend most of it on the boat. It's just there's something charming in its attempts to like work around its limitations that I really appreciated and really loved about it. So sometimes the charm of a movie comes not from how successful it is, but the challenges that it overcomes. Mansoor, I am watching AMC Fear Fest on AMC and streaming and chatting about Freemasonry along with anything else. Mansoor, if you're, I think you've been here before, but if you're new, hit like and subscribe. Let me know how it's going and if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. And if you say what in zombie is going on here, I don't know if you're referring to Rob Zombie, but if you are, thank you so much. I love Rob Zombie. Then Mansoor, please hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know if you have any questions on Freemasonry, and let me know if there's anything you want to talk about. Or you can just watch AMC Fear Fest with me. That's cool too. And let me know what weapon you would pick for the Tyler of the Masonic Lodge. Oh, the 3D effects. They have not aged well in 20, 40 years. By the way, I'm just gonna say it. I think more people need to say this or hear this. Dana Kimmel, who is the final girl, she plays Chris in this movie. One of the most beautiful final girls in horror movie history. Does not get near the appreciation or the love that she deserves for the portrayal. There you go. Yes, Rob, it is quite the emotional roller coaster you have been on. Um, you got on here thinking you get free brickwork and nothing. In fact, I've been asking things from you guys. So it's like you can't win for losing here. Well, it's been fun, Ryan. I'll be back again tomorrow. I'm probably going to be ending this stream relatively soon. I did want to make sure we got some of this movie in. But I'll be back tomorrow for my nightmare films. And then, yeah, we'll do more chatting. And again, it's a chance to talk about Freemasonry, but really it's a chance to just hang out and chat. I don't know. I think I'll start around 8 a.m. Um, thereabouts with maybe Nightmare Part 5. Or a little bit earlier even at 6 a.m. is Nightmare Part 6, Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. Uh, but Part 5 is my favorite of the nightmares, so it might be fun to watch it with people on stream and share my love of that movie with everybody on the stream. Merry Christmas to you as well, Rob. You're a little bit early, but hey, that's perfectly okay. I still appreciate you guys, you being here. Oh, the old couple. Love this old couple. Oh, we got the bunny ears on the movie, on the TV. I don't sleep, Louis. I'm kept, Louis. I kept, or is it Louis? I'm kept awake by a love of Freemasonry. I'll be going to sleep soon. I'll be back tomorrow streaming some more of this Fear Fest. If you want to hang out with me, go to AMC and watch Fear Fest. I'm currently watching Friday the 13th, Part 3, which is actually my second favorite in the franchise. All these movies are wonderful. They're very charming. Remind me never to buy peanuts from that store or drink orange juice from that store. Welcome if you are just joining us, by the way. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're hanging out. I hope you enjoy watching these movies as much as I do. And I hope that you will follow me on all my different channels. Hang out, hit the like and subscribe button. I mean, I've been hearing about this, but it's not something I know much about. So, I mean, I feel grateful that I'm not ever at risk of being arrested for a social media post here in Canada. At least I hope not. Um, if that is happening, then I hope not. I think, like, there are many people who make social media posts I dislike. I'm not sure if arresting them is the best approach to take. Having said that, I also think sometimes people use that as a way to excuse other problems, right? They'll say people shouldn't get arrested for social media posts, but then they'll ignore the nature of the posts. And if they are inflammatory, two things can be true. It can be wrong to post something and you should not be arrested for it, right? I think both of those things can be true at the same time. Well, I mean, almost anything, I suppose. So, uh, if I were to put on social media, um, I wish all N words should uh, should leave the country. That is something that I shouldn't say, and it's more than reasonable for people to call me out on it. But it's also not something for which I should be arrested, right? But what happens is if the person does get arrested, a lot of people will see that and then go suddenly turn him into a victim or some type of martyr. You can be a bad person, but not be arrested for being a bad person, right? Two things can be true at once. Very funny, Louise. Very funny. By the way, Louise, once again, please don't forget, you can support me on Patreon. I hope you'd consider doing so. You can join for free or even do as little as $3 per month. The Shelley character, the poor Shelley character. Not a big, I did not, Louise, but you can still be a Patreon even if you live in Nambia. But thank you for letting me know that. It's really cool. Um, I'm supportive of it. I'll be back. I just need to get some water. I'm supportive of Jordan Peterson having his license taken away from the basis of what I've heard of the story. I can talk about why in just 1 second. I do not know what that is. Namibia? What is Namibia? Where is that located? But yeah, the thing about Jordan Peterson is it's a bit like the Charlie Kirk situation, right? Which is, look, let's say you're a doctor and you are responsible for treating whomever it is comes through the door. Oh, there you go. You are responsible for who helping whoever comes through the door. And if you post something celebratory of, let's say, the assassination, well, anybody who happened to be a supporter of Charlie Kirk or share his views may suddenly feel less comfortable getting treatment from you because they may feel like, are you going to, celebrate my passing as a doctor, whatever it is. When Jordan Peterson was saying things like, so at one point, somebody put on social media they were concerned about um, overpopulation, and Jordan Peterson responded with, um, "Well, you could unalive yourself to deal with it." Right? That's one of those things where it's like, well, now anybody who has that concern is going to be nervous about getting treatment from him, or obviously anybody who happens to be trans is going to be concerned about getting treatment from him. So I think when you are in a position of treating people, that's your kind of job or responsibility, and you're licensed to do so, then what you say can have professional consequences. I think that's okay. It can have governmental consequences. The government can't say to the licensing commission, you have to do X or Y, but the licensing commission, or even you should, but the licensing commission has the right to revoke if they think it's necessary. What's your lodge like? I'm guessing smaller when you put it in quotations. I'm going to just move this. Just give me 1 sec. If you guys are watching this with me, let me know what you think of it. Oh, sorry. Come on. Hold on just 1 sec. All right. All right. Well, no. I was speaking more about Jordan Peterson. His license was revoked for those posts. But the point is, when you are in a professional setting, one of the risks, or have a professional license, one of the risks you take is if you say things and it runs counter to the desires of the licensing commission, then that's a risk you take. I mean, it's a risk I take being a Freemason, right? I'm on here all the time. It's possible I may at some point say something that will run counter to the Grand Lodge or what my Masonic membership body wants me to say. I try to be careful and make sure all opinions are my own. But you do take the risk that the Masonic Grand Lodge may turn around and say, we're revoking your Masonic membership. That's just a risk you take, right? And if Jordan Peterson did legitimately feel like his statements were necessary, then he should also be willing to feel like the consequences from the governing body are necessary. That's the price you pay for playing baseball. That's the price you pay for playing baseball, if you will. Um, and even when I was a lawyer, we had to sign this thing that said we are under the licensing of the Law Society of Upper Canada. And I'm no longer a lawyer. I don't practice, so I'm not under those issues anymore. Um, so Joel, yes and no. Sorry, Mantham. I'm not sure what orthodontics and invisible aligners means. I never really practiced. I started as a probation officer really quickly, so I never really practiced. But when I did kind of work in the field, it was primarily social benefits laws, um, uh, rent assistance, landlord tenant board stuff, trying to help people maintain their housing. Kind of prepared me for being a probation officer, to be honest. What's interesting is when the American Revolution began, um, actually, the Grand Lodge of England stopped recognizing American Masonic lodges as regular. So for a time, George Washington was a clandestine Mason, as was Ben Franklin, as were them all. Obviously, as years passed and emotions cooled, they were recognized once again. But yeah, and that's again another example of it. Whether it's fair or not fair, if you are deciding that you're going to have a revolution, then one of the things is you can't complain if your Grand Lodge decides to stop recognizing you. Um, you know, so like I said, that's the price you pay for playing baseball. Even me with this stream and with Freemasonry, I recognize that there may come a time when I'm taking a risk by saying something Grand Lodge may not agree with. You have to decide if it's worth the risk or not. I think Jordan Peterson That's kind of my issue I complain with Jordan Peterson. He wants the he wants to be able to say what he wants, but he doesn't like the idea of there being consequences. Um, and exactly as Joel said, yet now known as some of the greatest members. Um, Sorry, Mantham. Like I said, I don't know what orthodontics and invisible aligners. Oh, do you mean like teeth? I think what Mantham is saying is my teeth are ugly, which they are. Believe me, I have a big gap in the middle of my teeth. I know I do. I think it makes me special, Mantham. I have no issues with my ugly teeth. Um, Boy, this stream has been rough on my self-conscience. Ugly teeth, ugly forehead. Um, well, I can see that typing, but I can't see. And above, I saw some type of smiley face that looks like it's melting. Um, if a lodge owner didn't pay the bills, that's a good question. It depends on which bills they didn't pay, and to whom. If they didn't pay their assessments to the Grand Lodge, they may eventually have their charter taken. If they don't pay their bills to the temple board where they meet, they may lose their meeting space and or they may lose their temple. So it really depends on the groups to which they are not paying their dues. Something about I'm writing from the throne, cannot participate. Well, the throne is the toilet. Are you stuck with your wife on the toilet? I don't understand what that means at all. Um, well, I mean, again, it's tough to say, right? So the ritual, so in a lodge meeting, it's you're not allowed to discuss religion or politics. But I mean, outside, if I'm saying things and it could potentially um, reflect badly on Freemasonry. So let's say I start throwing a bunch of racial slurs around, start saying a bunch of racial whatever it is, start being cruel or mean to different people of races or religions or creeds, then it's potential that the Grand Lodge could come along and say, I can keep doing what I'm doing, but I'm reflecting badly on Freemasonry. And like, it's just the price that you pay sometimes. You have to keep in mind those things. Well, in that case, Mr. Keeps, watch AMC. I mean, I love having you here, and it's wonderful to have you here. And obviously, I prefer you be here, but how often do you get to watch Fear Fest? Once a year? I'm on every week. Or just go to sleep. It's 12:30 in the morning. Don't be like me. So, Louis, for me, the two things I saw that caused me to think the removal of Jordan Peterson's license was fair was somebody posted on, I believe it was Twitter, that they were concerned about overpopulation. And Jordan Peterson responded by saying, you could unalive yourself. Not those words, but, take care of it by removing yourself from the population. Which, I mean, as a clinician, recommending that solution, even sarcastically, I think is incredibly dangerous. And again, it's going to make other people who maybe have the same concerns about overpopulation, but also are seeking therapy, concerned to go to him. The other thing was he suggested that all doctors who are engaging in any type of trans or gender affirming treatment should be, I think he said, brought up on war crimes, um, which again, he can have those opinions, but if the medical, I like this part of the movie, by the way. We're watching part 3 still. I like this part a lot. If it just seems like a fun, enjoyable summer that they're having. I like these characters because they're just cool, nice characters. I think that makes scary movies work best. Again, so if you're following the guidelines of the government as ascribed, and now you're recommending that those people be put in jail, or the medical profession, and you're recommending those people be put in jail. That does not seem healthy to me. I've seen people or heard of people getting their Masonic memberships revoked, never for anything that they said on the internet per se, but disputes between brothers and the consequences. It is tough. I mean, in some ways, though, it's also the nature of the world in which we live, unfortunately, and the world in which we've always lived to a certain degree. I don't know if you can ever fully separate the politics of the time from what you're saying. It's just what you're saying now is a lot greater reach. I do not. I do not. I mean, I wouldn't. I would not want to take part in a ritual if it involved demonic activity. But also, I do not believe in um, demons, anyways. But we should not have uh, demonic activity. If nothing else, it just sends a bad message. If you're hanging out, welcome. We're watching Friday the 13th, Part 3 on AMC Fear Fest. Don't. It has definitely, right? It's not been the exclusive thing or the only thing to influence political spheres. It's been one of many things to influence political spheres. I've heard that, Derek. I've heard that many times. Nicolas Cage from National Treasure was an awesome, awesome Masonic movie. I mean, that's not what he gets to decide, though, right, Lewis? Like, you can always say it was hyperbole, it was not legitimate, but you say it, you can't control how people interpret it, and that's just the risk you take. Um, so I think what he did is he ended up going to some type of re-education or something like that on social media awareness and kept his license. I'm not positive. Um, but you don't get it both ways. You don't get to say something and then be upset as to how it's interpreted by especially because when he agreed to become um, I guess, psychologist, then he had to sign a paper saying he would abide by the rules and the rulings of the governing body. Well, you can, and that's the risk I take, right? Like, it's possible, Louise, that while you're watching this, I may say something you don't like, and you may take it in a way I didn't intend, and you may decide to complain to the Grand Lodge or YouTube, and they may have to decide how to deal with it, and that's the risk I choose to take. Um, so be it. You know. The one exception I've always believed and still believe is when you have the government stepping in. So, for example, if the Canadian government, and I've never seen evidence of this, were to have called the licensing body and said, you need to revoke his license, or even tweeted something saying you need to revoke his license, I would not be okay with that. And then I would say it should not be revoked because there's no way to know how much of the decision was based on government pressure versus the licensing body's decision. But so long as the government says nothing about it, then the licensing body is free to decide as they want. I wouldn't, I have not, but I'd love to go to the Valley Ghost Town. Sure, all the time. I think that's a very human thing to do. I've even done several interviews on my podcast about Space Renegade. I hope you'll check them out. I'm trying to get more people checking out my past YouTube episodes, not just the recent stuff. And I hope that if you get the chance, you'll do so. But Joel, I don't believe there's any shareholders within the licensing commission. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's how it works. The ideas of the rules changing. I mean, I couldn't say how much they've changed. Certainly, one of the risks, and again, this is the other risk you take, is as you get more famous and more known and more popular, the words carry more, right? When Jordan Peterson was talking up a big game or talking his stuff in 2009 when I first heard about him, 2010, 2011, um, he wasn't as popular, as well known as he became in 2015, 2016, 2017. And so the problem is, I don't know how much of it was the rules change and how much of it is he became super big and influential, and suddenly the things he said were being looked at a lot more closely. And again, that's even with this. Like, if I'm doing this, I also need to understand if I ever get, let's say, 1 million subscribers, I'm probably going to have my words looked at a lot more closely than presently, even though I'm very proud of the subscriber count I have currently. 300 subs, welcome back. Hit the like button, 300 subs, and let me know what you answered for my poll question. What weapon would you want the Tyler to have to guard the gate in honor of AMC Fear Fest? Well, I would use that plus the saying medical professionals should be jailed. So I guess um, two um, examples. And I mean, I'm assuming that the licensing board had more. I mean, I say those two. He's obviously incredibly ubiquitous on all of his different um, YouTube and social media. So I don't actually know. I don't know the final decision making of the board. I can just speak to the two things I saw that I think was reasonable to revoke his license. But that's just my opinion. And the beautiful thing is everybody gets their own opinion. Nacho cheese, renegade. Javi Michael Myers, there you go. You went with that one. Not a lot of people went with that one. It's interesting. Oh, come on. I've heard that joke 1 million times. That doesn't make me a genius. That might be, that's a very oldie but a goodie joke, if you will. Derek, I think we are alone in the universe. I'm not positive. Nobody can be positive, but my suspicion is we are, which is why it's even more important that we care about each other and support each other. Maybe. We don't even know that for sure. My suspicion is, I mean, if it is infinite, then there must be by definition. I guess what I'd say is I don't believe there is ever any life that we will discover, or that is close enough or within our galaxy or universe. Multiple universes or infinite universes, maybe. But within our universe, I don't believe that to be the case. I do know about the double slit experiment. I have never been to Mars. If there were, I'm sure I'd find a way to get there, as would many other people, many other men in particular. I would go to Mars. I think it'd be really fun. Honestly, I would probably like if within my lifetime it was possible to make our way to Mars. I'm sure it'd be a one-way trip because the goal would be to set up a colony there, but I would love to do it. And I would make sure I landed on Mars first, like with my, I was going to say with my feet, with my arms, with my wheelchair, because when it came to the moon, Freemason was the second person to land on the moon. I would like, as a Freemason, to be the first person to land on Mars. Well, I mean, opinions reflect the extent to which you are likely to, or how you're likely to view someone, right? So it's not that an opinion is a statement of fact, but rather if you have an opinion and the implication seems to be that you have negative views towards either a certain group or certain ideology, how effective can you be treating people within that group? And if you can't be effective with that group, what does that say about your ability overall to be effective? Is it you, Renegade? Do you chase cars while screaming, I'm from Mars? That rhymed. That's true. And that is the curse. That is, I mean, it's always going to be subjective. And that's the nature of a licensing body, right? They have to make subjective decisions. There's really, you can try to be objective and set objective standards, but it's hard. At the end of the day, when there's any type of judgment that needs to be made, unless you can show a math equation, you're almost certainly going to be reliant upon the subjective whims of a governing body. And a lot of people will purposely choose to avoid getting into professions which have licensing requirements for those reasons. Well, Renegade, I'm going to assume that, or perhaps believe that you're being a little bit unserious. However, if you are being serious, then I hope you get some help and find some people to talk to in your area, psychiatrist, psychologist, doctor, because we don't want anybody here being disconnected from reality. Steven, so it is AMC Fear Fest, which is my favorite time of the year. I love scary movies, I love horror, I love Halloween, and I love fall. So for that, I am currently watching Fear Fest. I'm watching Friday the 13th, Part 3 in 3D, and I figured, you know what, let's do a bunch of horror movie polls for fun while I'm doing it. I hope, Steven, maybe you can check out AMC and watch Fear Fest with me. It's currently Friday the 13th, Part 3. And I hope that you'll hit the like button, and I hope you'll answer my poll questions. I can connect anything to Freemasonry, even scary movies, um, and horror movies. So there you go. Even this one, Masonic Tyler, scary, horror villains, machetes winning out over chainsaw. Well, but first they have to want to see him, right? And they have to be comfortable seeing him. So that's the challenge. And by the way, Stephen, which um, answer did you take in the poll question? I'm curious. No worries. Which answer did you give? Did you vote in all the polls, even the ones on my community page? I would be flattered. Sure, why not? You're literally 1 out of 7 billion they decided to abduct. Look at the odds. Okay, if you want to go on my community page, you can answer those questions as well. It goes well. So you went with machete, Stephen. I think the one most people are going with. I feel like chainsaw would be more fun. I do have a wheelchair. I don't know if I mentioned it, but I do have a wheelchair. Run really fast. That's true, Joel. I mean, I would like to go up and meet the aliens, but I wouldn't want to stay. I definitely would not want to stay. I've not heard that. I've heard that they can potentially book a ride on the rocket ship for the future, but once they get there, I don't know where they get to stay and all that. That is a great casting choice, Z from Alabama. That is a great casting choice because, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think these scary monsters work best when they are physically imposing. The one exception is Freddy Krueger. Because it's a dream and it's not based in reality, he can focus more on the psychological aspect of it. But Jason needs to be big. Um, the best Michael Myers was Tyler Mane, who was a professional wrestler. He was in Rob Zombie. I mean, I was born without my legs. I used artificial limbs for many years. But when I got to high school, I switched to wheelchair first time. And I've stayed at that ever since. Yes, I love Rob Zombie's Halloweens. I love them both. I thought they were both incredible. She's climbing up the ladder. I don't know, Z, if anybody watching this, if you have access to AMC, watch Fear Fest with me. It's fun. Kind of. It's based on a guy called Ed Gein, which I think they're making a movie about him actually called Monster. So there you go. Right now, we're watching Friday the 13th, Part 3 on AMC Fear Fest. I hope that if you want to watch AMC with me, there's about an hour and 10 minutes left. This is my second favorite Friday the 13th. Tomorrow, AMC is showing my two favorite movies of all time, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 and Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. So I hope you guys will watch those with me as well. I've heard of MK Ultra, but I don't know what it means. Sure, I think we all do. I think that's the human nature, right? Our ability to look for patterns. It's something that we all do. Um, Not necessarily like clouds per se, but we all find patterns. You know what's funny? I have Discord, but I don't know how to get AMC with Discord. But Z, let me give you my Discord invite. And hopefully you can at least follow me there, and I'll get better at using it, I promise. Maybe, but if I worked for, let's say I worked for Toyota, and then online I say Bentleys are better, I may find myself fired by the company of Toyota for saying Bentleys are better, right? I can express my opinion, but if my opinion potentially interferes with my work, or doesn't even interfere with my work, but my workplace just doesn't like my opinion, then that's the risk you take. Okay, Z, you can find here my Discord server. If you copy and paste that, you should be able to find me. If I saw a UFO, what's the first thing I would do? Try to get my phone and take a picture. Actually, I'd probably poop myself. I'd be absolutely terrified. Um, um, yeah, I'd probably poop myself very quickly, but I would hopefully try to have the wherewithal to get a decent picture of it. Um, but like I said, I don't think it's ever going to happen. I don't believe there are aliens. At least there are no aliens that will ever be able to visit us. But who knows? Yeah, I have Instagram. I thought you follow me on Instagram. Um, Instagram is at square underscore and underscore compass underscore promotions. So it's Instagram.com/ at square underscore and underscore compass underscore promotions. Z, I hope you're following me there. And if you follow me there, you can send me a message and I will maybe get your Discord info. Um, but I'm trying to get some more Instagram followers as well, so that'd be wonderful. There you go, Luis. That's true. I would hope I would have that attitude. I think I'd just be so scared. I'd be a wuss and I would not know how to deal with it. But I'd hopefully I could maybe be more like you about it. You seem like you have a much healthier attitude towards it than I would. And to everybody watching this, if you are new to the stream, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Wonderful. That's very kind of you, Z. Thank you so much. And yeah, send me a message. Maybe, actually, here's what I'll do. I'll try to send you this message through Instagram of my Discord. Let me see. I'll follow back and I'll message. There you go. On Instagram, you should have a message with my Discord server. At least you can send me a message that way on Discord and I'll add you. I sleep on my couch. I don't even sleep on my bed, Renegade. I sleep on my couch. My visitors get the bed. I don't believe there's aliens under the ocean, Derek. I think it's very possible that there is life forms we've yet to discover under the ocean. But aliens to me implies intelligent life, and I don't believe that there is intelligent life under the oceans. We got one alien in here. We got one alien. Fair enough. When I say intelligent, intelligent enough to create and build technology, right? Because I mean, my cat's intelligent. Mice are intelligent. Rats are intelligent. Dolphins are very intelligent. But when I mean, like, imagine creatures from the creatures from the abyss. I sleep on my couch, honestly, and it's very comfortable. I got used to it because when I first moved into this apartment, my assumption was I would stay here the whole time. Or sorry, my assumption was I would move away in a year. So I never bought a bed because I didn't want to get any furniture. But then I ended up staying. At that point, I'd been staying on my bed for sleeping on my couch, excuse me, for like a year and a half, and I just figured I would just keep doing it. So even though I have a bed, I don't sleep on it. It also means though that when I do have a bed to sleep in, when I travel, it feels like an extra. It feels like an extra vacation. I don't, except insofar as I believe ghost adventures and ghost hunts are great things for Masons to do to promote their buildings. I've heard of Tartarians. I don't believe in it, but I've heard of it. The idea that if I recall correctly, there's a civilization in the center of the earth. Um, the acid reflux must suck. I'm sorry about that, Z. That's not going to be fun. I've got a little bit of acid reflux. Luckily, never anything too bad. Fingers crossed it stays that way because I've known people who've had really bad acid reflux. And it sucks. Okay, in that case, I do not know what the other one is. Isn't also the mole people from Fantastic Four? All right, I got to do something I try never to do. I got to go break the seal and run to the washroom. I will leave this fella here. Be nice to my co-host. I'll be back in 5 minutes. But drank too much water. Holy, do I have to go? All right, I made it back. I see dino juice. Is that referencing oil? Which is in fact dino juice. I don't know if that is to what you are referring. I hope everybody's doing well. We got about 53 minutes left in Friday the 13th, part 3. Again, my second favorite of the Friday the 13th. Watch along with me on AMC Fear Fest. By all means, though, ask me questions about Freemasonry. I'd love to at least try to answer them as best as I can. Oh, we got above here. The theory that some of the buildings were built by the Tartarians. Tartaria is an advanced civilization that had technology that equals or surpasses what we currently have. I mean, it can be both. It definitely comes from plants as well as dinosaurs. It comes from any kind of organic matter that was any organic matter that was compressed over millions of years. I live in Minneapolis, and the dam near downtown is a travesty. You need to. I have some friends who actually have some family who live in Minneapolis. Well, there are more than just T Rexes, though, right? I mean, there's a lot of different dinosaurs. I don't always disagree with you, Stephen. I think humans have the capacity to be both very intelligent and very unintelligent, and we have a lot of potential to be incredible and terrible and wonderful, and it's a mixed bag without question. Good way to put it, Joel. I'll get to that high ground, Lewis. Don't worry about it. Well, but that's a Masonic idea there, right, Stephen? The idea of perfecting the rough ashlar. If we are all rough ashlars, we can try to hopefully find a way to find the perfect ashlar within us. But it's a never-ending process. We'll never reach a point where we have perfectly found the perfect ashlar or made ourselves perfect. Rather, it's a process of always trying to be more perfect. Um, I think that to me is the key. That's a good way to put it. It's about the direction. Never knock forward motion, no matter how small. But you're never going to make your ashlar perfect. You can just try your best. Um, and I think that's a beautiful thing. I don't necessarily disagree with you. I sometimes feel that way too, Stephen. That's one of the reasons why I try to promote Freemasonry so much, because I think it is a way for us to go in the right direction within the world. But I do think it's kind of like the end of Seven. The world is a beautiful place and it's worth fighting for, and 50% of that is true. I think whether the world is worth fighting for or not, or I think whether the world is a beautiful place or not, it's definitely worth fighting for. And I like to think that we in Freemasonry can fight for that better world. Well, I mean, you have to fight to make the world a better place, right? It's not, if it wasn't a fight, if it was easy, um, then it wouldn't be a challenge, right? We would all be able to do it. I think part of trying to be a better person is, it's a fight. You're both trying to fight to make yourself better. You're trying to fight to make the world better. You can pick whatever term you want, struggle. Um, in some ways, what you're fighting against is even our own weaknesses and laziness and all the parts of, ourselves that are a challenge. And how can we resolve those things? Right? I believe, though, it is worth fighting to make the world a better place. Uh, I understand that, Stephen. What I'd say is don't lose hope. There is a lot of positives in the world, too. One thing I've been trying to do is do my best to every day. I try to think of at least one or two things that went well or that I'm happy about. And I have found I've been doing that for probably about 6 months, and finding it does help me feel somewhat better about the world. So I'm sure it could, Joel. I'm sure it could as well. Like I said, I don't necessarily have a spiritual outlook myself. I tend to be somewhat hesitant about that, but I can see the value of it and value of a spiritual outlook. Um, what I try to say is I try to have a Masonic outlook more so than anything. I'm glad it went well for you, Lewis, and I'm glad that those aliens treated you well. I don't recruit Half Hawk, but thank you for being here. I just talk about why I love Freemasonry and why I think it's important, and that's the end of it. Oh, the hockey mask has arrived. I'm watching AMC Fear Fest, Half Hawk, if you want to watch it with me. Friday the 13th, Part 3. Well, if you guys want to support me with your funds, you can do so through Patreon, and I'd be very honored. Or you can even join Patreon for free. I'd be very honored about that as well. Um, the the way to do it is, let me just show you guys how. I'll leave the link. I cannot tell you much about calculus other than I think the fact that calculus works shows the hand of a supreme being in the universe. Well, I'm watching it right now. The hockey mask just made its connection. Friday the 13th, part 3, AMC Fear Fest. When you say what, do you mean what about the hockey mask from Friday the 13th? Oh, calculus is a type of math invented by Isaac Newton, who evidence suggests was not a Freemason, but had a lot of Masonic connections. So it's kind of a cool thing. Euclid. Euclid because he's just so ubiquitous. I believe Pythagoras was first, but Euclid wrote the elements, and that not only was that a gift in terms of geometry, but that was even a gift in terms of morality. Lincoln famously slept with or traveled with a copy of Euclid's Elements and may have used it to help himself make political and moral decisions. Not as much as we should, but we have in the past, Stephen, collaborated with other such groups. It's a triangle in the Pacific Ocean, I think. I think Pacific, where apparently a lot of ships have gone missing. It was before that, Half Hawk. The best reasoning for that, I found, was a work by Pope Leo the 13th called Humanum Genus, where he wrote about Freemasonry and his views as to why it is not compatible with Freemasonry. Keep in mind, we in Freemasonry welcome Catholics, and I know many Catholic Freemasons. I would suggest you check out. It's called Humanum Genus. It was written, I believe, 1888 by Pope Leo the 13th. Their basic concerns were, one, the concern that it promoted the idea of authority as being democratically vested and not divine. The fact that it treated all religions and beliefs as being equal for the purposes of membership, which I think is its greatest strength. And I did sense in that work a certain level of jealousy about our growing membership numbers. Well, perhaps the Catholic Church was somewhat struggling. So there you go. Well, from a metaphorical or symbolic sense, maybe, Stephen, I would say the father of stone masonry could either be Nimrod or whomever it was 3 million years ago, our hominid ancestor who created the first stone tool. The father of Freemasonry or speculative masonry, I would say, would be Anthony Sayer, who was the first Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of England, or the Premier Grand Lodge of England. Or the great architect, if I look at it that way. That counts too. I've been a Mason since 2007, Stephen. Yeah, but I mean, that might be somewhat true, half. I would say to keep in mind there are many Catholics who contain secret knowledge, right? Secret knowledge is not inherently anti-Catholic. I mean, everyone who maintains a secret or maintains their bank account and doesn't share their PIN number is a holder of private information or secret information, quote unquote. Well, we're all crazy. I can happily admit that I'm crazy or cuckoo, if you will. Well, I'm a member of Tranquility Lodge number 2000, and it sets its meeting place as the moon. Never actually been there yet, but that's the goal. It's named after Tranquility Valley, where the moon, where they landed with the in the first Apollo mission, landed on the moon, because Buzz Aldrin was himself a Freemason. So, but believe me, we're all a little bit crazy. We're all a little bit crazy. Yes, I think that's fair to say, half Hawkman. I think that's a valid way to put it. I wouldn't say so much the teachings. I might use the word philosophies, but otherwise, absolutely correct. I would not. I would not buy land on Mars unless I knew for sure I could get there. Then I would buy land on Mars. I mean, it sounds a bit like a scam-ish to me, or like a weird fundraising. It's kind of like those buy a star. It's not really anything legitimate, right? When you say you're purchasing a star, it doesn't actually mean anything. Uh, it's not. I mean, if you want to do it, you can. It's kind of a cool thing, but it doesn't actually mean anything per se. Uh, it's just a piece of paper. I mean, again, I'm a member of a lodge on a moon, Tranquility Lodge 2000. Thank you very much. And thank you, Buzz Aldrin, for getting us to the moon, along with other people. But Buzz Aldrin was a Mason, so he's my favorite. Well, the deed to my house is not a piece of paper because I can actually be in my house. As of right now, I can't be, I can't actually physically take possession of a star, nor can I actually make it to the land on Mars. So, what's to stop anybody from just going there in 100 years or whatever it is and taking the land? Poor guy has to go check the. Still watching Friday the 13th, Part 3, 34 minutes left. 5 hours and 12 minutes. This one, because I took a break. The first one was like 6 hours. I'll be ending this one soon, Nam, but I'll be back tomorrow to finish off the rest of Freddy versus Jason weekend on AMC Fear Fest. I do not, Derek. But Nam, if you want to help support the channel, Patreon, subscribe, share, comment on videos, all that good stuff. Maybe. I guess 12 hours, something like that. What can I say? I'm always around. It probably seems more sinister than it is. Who needs sleep? A love of Freemasonry keeps me awake. Oh, well, then there you go. Good to know Namibia will get that stuff beyond the Oort cloud. I wish them the best of luck in finding a way to actually acquire it. I feel like that would be pretty tough for them. I do not. I sleep on my couch. I mean, it's hard to know for sure. Half Hawk, part of it originated in World War II Europe and Nazi Germany, where Hitler used the Freemasons as convenient scapegoats for kind of Germany's problems, along with obviously some other groups, as is well known and obvious. But those kind of grew because the private nature of our ceremonies or rituals, very often it is easy for people struggling in their life to, while looking for a boogeyman or someone to blame, can blame Freemasonry. That's very possible as well. Um, and so, yeah, it's one of those things where um, easy target, historical target, um, and privacy all and also Freemasons did not do ourselves any favors by very often choosing to kind of become more secretive instead of what we should have done when the conspiracy theories really started is become more open to talking about Freemasonry and the things we love about it instead of focusing so much of our energy on the opposite and kind of retreating, which I think was a mistake. And also, historically, like George Washington was a Freemason, not so much really anymore, but several important figures throughout history have been Freemasons, which does encourage that type of thinking, right? George Washington, FDR, Winston Churchill. However, by the same token, many plumbers have been Freemasons, many janitors have been Freemasons, many people who have no political influence or legal authority or anything have been Freemasons. So it's one of those things where it's just kind of frequency bias, right? If you believe Freemasons are controlling everything, then you will find examples that prove your point and you'll create confirmation bias. Well, no, I just think it's obvious, right? But I mean, obviously, the primary target of Nazi Germany were Jewish people and Jews. Um, Within that, though, gypsies, LGBTQ, and Freemasons were also targeted. It just seems to me that unless, I know that there's some weird historians now who are seeming to say the opposite for some reason, but a lot of people don't even realize that, historically speaking, Freemasons were targeted by Nazi Germany. And many Freemasons were placed in concentration camps, as well as many lodges shut down. There was one Masonic lodge that did exist within a one Masonic lodge that did exist in a concentration camp. It was called Cherish Liberty, and it was in it was Belgian Freemasons in a concentration camp in Estwergen, if I recall correctly. So anybody who says they don't have the time or the energy to attend Freemasonry and their responsibilities, if my Masonic brethren can do so, while in a concentration camp, I think we can all make the time to get to lodge. Well, when you say, Stephen, the biggest lodge, if you mean in terms of like biggest Masonic lodge building, Detroit Masonic Temple, Detroit, Michigan. If you mean in terms of numbers, I don't know. My assumption is England. Yeah, don't be uncool, Lewis. Be kind. It's always possible to be kind. I don't like trolling things on the stream. So building is Michigan. Numbers, I don't know. I believe it might be United Grand Lodge of England, but or in England, I should say, but I don't know for sure. But size, Detroit, right across the river from me, which, talk about being in a privileged position to be literally 10 minutes from the largest Masonic building in the world is pretty special. I have. I've been to it many times and I've loved visiting it every time. It was incredible. I think what you mean is congregate. I've heard the term congregate before. I just say we meet. Um, some people even say gather. Phew, that's a question and a half. Honestly, half hawk, in terms of Masonic retention or retention of members, Freemasonry is probably the greatest. It was built in the 1920s, Stephen, during the Masonic boom. It was built from 1921 to 1929. A lot of people remain Freemasons. The issue isn't maintaining their membership. The issue is showing up to their meetings. Especially if they become a life member and pay their dues all at once up front, they may never attend again. It happens far too often. It's a lack of motivation, and that lack of motivation comes down to either they joined and don't feel like they're getting something out of it, or they are so busy with their work and their family commitments, they don't feel like they have the time to dedicate to the craft anymore. And then they get older and then they get health problems. But if you are feeling financially insecure, if your budget is getting tighter and you need to spend more hours at work, even if you're not working during your Masonic meetings, if you put in a 12-hour shift, are you going to be motivated to make it to lodge? Especially if, let's say, your wife is working and you have to watch the kids, dual income households. There's been a lot of studies on the pressures being faced by men and families in 2025, financial and otherwise. All of those pressures means things have to start getting pushed to the side, and unfortunately, Freemasonry is oftentimes one of them. Rarely would I say it's public perception and stigma. Rarely is it religious conflicts. It's almost always economic uncertainty and a lack of motivation, and sometimes interpersonal Masonic conflicts. Um, but yes, the Detroit Temple, I've actually written a lot about it, half hawk, half man. If you get the chance, and this is for everybody watching, I hope that you guys will check out my Medium channel where I write about this and my love of or not my love of, but the reasons Masons may choose to or not to remain motivated. I have, but it's hard because within Freemasonry, so much of the emphasis is this idea of the cable toe and the idea that your work and your family have to come first. That if you have a Mason who's not showing up to lodge or not being active, very often they will say some version of his work and family had to come first. So it's very, very tough to know what to do and how to proceed with that. And in 2025, when, again, people have to work longer hours for potentially less pay or are more productive for less pay, it's very hard to know the proper steps to take to admonish them. So minutes are taken, right? There is no electronic recording, but minutes are taken by the secretary, and then those minutes are kept in a, in obviously some type of record. And the minutes are read out or sent to each member to review. Um, and yeah, so one of the greatest things ever is going back in time and seeing Masonic Lodge minutes and Masonic meeting minutes from 100, 200 years ago. There are some lodge records that go back 300 years and even longer. One thing I've been really pushing for that we in Freemasonry need to take our Masonic minutes and digitize them. Otherwise, what you end up with is the potential for fire, water damage, age, vermin, even just getting lost over time, and the risk of losing those records. We need to do a better job of keeping those records properly recorded and properly saved. Because, and I've really pushed for that digitizing of archives. Scotland is doing some incredible and amazing work um, with that, digitizing their records. A good friend of mine has done some great work with it. I mean, I've had to mediate. I've also been the Mason who's been furious at other Masons or had other Masons furious at me. Usually we find a way to resolve it. I find 90% of the time, mediation makes things worse. In my experience, 90% of the time, just giving time for cooler heads to prevail and for people to just calm down is usually the best approach to take. Sometimes trying to mediate it and talk about it just makes things worse because that's when the emotions get brought up. But just saying, look, we're not going to talk about it. We have a job to do. We're going to do the job and be done with it. You need to show up to lodge to do this piece of work. This person you don't like needs to show up to lodge to do this piece of work. You don't have to like each other. You don't have to talk to each other. Just do your job is oftentimes a better approach to take than we have to sit down and talk about this. Nice, Stephen. I mean, it's tough for us to do it because, our records are meant to be kept private. We don't want, for example, just record keeping. If somebody doesn't want it known that they're a Freemason, just out of their private individuals, we can't be giving that information necessarily to a third party without consents and all the rest of it. And that's true for any organization like ours, like even Elks Moose. But there are some Masons who are professionals in digitizing of records and who do those things. So, but that's cool. Like I said, Scotland's been doing some great work. It's tough because you're digitizing paper that, is a few hundred years old. As a result, you have to be very careful with how you handle it. Also, oftentimes it's faded or the ink or the ink is faded. The writing can be hard to read. It's not legible. Can you make it searchable? Do you save it on a USB stick or in a database or both? But like I said, Scotland is the best place to approach. And I've actually done, Stephen, some podcast interviews about the digitization of records and Masonic records. You'd have to sign one for us, for sure. Good for you, Stephen. You really are, I'm not being sarcastic, you really are doing kind of the Lord's work. There are so many, even Masonic records that have been lost over history sometimes they're just literally lost, but more often there's been a fire, there's been a flood, vermin have got into it. It's just aged to the point where it's no longer legible or understandable, right? Obviously, the records themselves, the physical records, are the most important and the most valuable, and we want them no matter what because of that history there. But if, heavens forbid, we were ever to lose them, at least the record of the information and a picture of the information is preserved. So, good for you. Tropalum, we should. It's just hard to carry, It's just hard to carry. That's what I was told, Stephen. I found the same thing. Somebody actually gave me a what's the word? Somebody gave me a demo of how searching by handwriting works. And that was 3 years ago. So I'm sure it's gotten a lot better. They have started online voting in Freemasonry for our annual communications thanks to COVID. I thought that was great. Um, I don't think there's either. Very few Freemasons well, define financial success. I would say there's a correlation between Freemasonry and being financially stable, because if you're not financially stable, you're probably dedicating all of your time to going to work and to saving your money. As a consequence, you may not want to join. Whereas if you are a Freemason and you're able to attend regularly, you're probably financially stable enough to dedicate time and money to the cause. So, hello, Spurs fan. But I definitely wouldn't say causation. There's no causation between being a Freemason and financial stability. Anybody who tells you there is probably a scammer, or almost certainly a scammer. Illuminati to illuminate. Neither Illuminati are not Freemasons. That is one of those myths that just continues to exist. I've met a couple. I've met more than a couple. Honestly, I've known several lodge members. Well, three lodge members, three Masons, I should say, who, were it not for the lodge stepping in and providing them with financial support, would have lost their homes, would not have been able to pay the rent because they lost their job, had a crisis, had a medical emergency. I've known some who could not afford to eat were it not for Freemasons providing financial support to them. I'm not rich by any means. I'm not rich. So if you want to help me be rich, become a patron. Patreon.com/square and compass would be very kind of you. 15 minutes left in Friday the 13th, part 3, by the way. I hope you guys will check it out and hit the like and subscribe button. While watching me, watching AMC. Cool, that's a good story, Stephen. I mean, Freemasonry is not going anywhere, so you don't have to join, but if you're ever interested, I hope that you will contact a lodge. I annoy Freemasons every day of the week and twice on Sundays, and I'm still a member. Never worry about who you annoy. Just be proud to be inquisitive. I don't wear any shoes, Louise. I don't have legs. I can't tell if you're joking or not, but I've never worn a shoe in my life. Frederick's not wrong. Frederick is not wrong. I mean, Stephen, the two great boom periods in Freemasonry were the 1920s and the 1950s. Both were driven primarily by returning veterans from World War I and World War II, joining Masonic lodges for the exact reason you said, to be able to gather and communicate with people, to experience that camaraderie they experienced after, during the war, after the war, and also as a way to continue service to the community in some ways. It's interesting, as people know, I have no legs. I've mentioned that a few times on this stream. The reason I can be a Freemason, because for most of the history of Freemasonry, you could not join if you were missing your limbs. You could not become a Freemason. And after the World War One, you had many veterans returning, wanting to join the lodge, but they were missing limbs from the battlefield. And the Grand Lodge of Ontario realized, obviously, it's unfair. These men fought for our freedom, and now we're not letting them join the lodge. So the rule was changed, and they were allowed to join. I'd believe it. I know the Grand Master, the former Grand Master of Seattle. I love Seattle. I've never actually been there. I love the brethren I know from Seattle. They're great guys. And Seattle's an awesome town with awesome Masonic lodges. Welcome back, Dark Knight. Thank you for returning once again. Absolutely, Stephen. And so what's interesting is you don't see that same yearning after Vietnam. And when you start to wonder about why, I think that says a lot about the current situation within Freemasonry. "12 minutes left in part 3. Well, I never said I was smart, Michael Hitchcock, but you can still hit the like and subscribe button, despite the fact that I'm stupid. You can still hit the like and subscribe button. There was that. There was also a loss of trust in institutions, and Freemasonry was viewed as an institution, which affected membership attendance as well. So, or desire to join, both within and without the military. Well, I will only accept your forgiveness, or I will only accept your apology, Nat May, if you hit the like button and the subscribe button. And then you have my forgiveness. Thank you, Nat May. I try to be. I enjoy talking. I enjoy watching scary movies, so I'm doing my 2 favorite things right now. So they did for much of its history. In fact, Louise, if you read the Regius poem and the Anderson Constitutions, both of them specifically say you cannot allow a man to join who is deformed, and they mention specifically deformation as being the missing of limbs. Now, again, how much was it actually practiced? If you're a Mason and you lose your arm in an accident, are you going to really kick him out? There's a difference between the rule and the enforcement of it. That's true for the Catholic Church as well. Catholic Church says you cannot be a Catholic church member and take communion and join Freemasonry. I know many Catholics who do that. So, there falls a shadow between the rule and the implementation. I have. It's just expensive, but it's not a bad idea, Stephen. But it is growing. If you go to my Instagram, you'll see I had a record number of views in September, and I'm hoping to have a record number of views in October. So please keep it going. That's a good idea, though, Stephen. I'll look into it for sure. I don't know, Frederick. That's tough to say, half, because each lodge makes its own decisions, and I don't attend every lodge. For my lodges personally, I think a fair, decent amount of due diligence. We rarely, will. I've never seen us donate to a charity that was not at least known and well established, right? Like the Diabetes Association or whatever it is. When it comes to brothers requesting benevolence, it's a little bit more tricky because we do have to do some investigations, but that can get awkward if it is a brother. You want to give him the benefit of the doubt and trust that he needs the money legitimately. But you're not wrong, Half Hawk, in that our desire to help a brother, whether you're a Freemason or not, human nature is human nature, and there are people who try to take advantage of the system. And how we best deal with that is really tricky. And I don't know if there's a good answer for that, to be honest. I will, Stephen. I will for sure. But I do find when it comes to individuals requesting benevolence from the lodge, it's tough. You want to do due diligence, but oftentimes many brethren feel a level of discomfort in interrogating a brother when they're coming to you asking for help, even though they may truly be, it's not impossible to imagine they may be trying to scam the lodge. Those things happen, unfortunately. And how you deal with that, each lodge has to decide for itself. I will check into it for sure, Stephen. I will 100% take a look into it. But Stephen, don't forget, I hope you'll follow me. If you don't follow me on Instagram and check out my other stuff. And by all means, keep giving me ideas. I'd love to get them, and I appreciate it very much. Well, we don't have any high wizards. Um, Again, how much of this was actually enforced? Again, Horatio Nelson was a English hero for obvious reasons. So it may have been that he was so prominent, so important that they would just ignore the deformity. But again, he was also Horatio Nelson. It's a little bit different than, say, your average Tom, Dick, and Harry per se. But I did hear that story too. Again, to what extent are things enforced versus otherwise? The great example, I've used this before, the Catholic Church, right? Supposedly, if you are a Catholic and a Freemason, you are not supposed to take communion. I know many Catholic Freemasons who seem to take communion without issue. Um, You're not wrong, Stephen. I always say, even though I wish people follow me on all my channels, it's very it can be very challenging on on mental health. Say Jesus is king. I mean, I can say Jesus is king. I don't. I'm not necessarily Christian, but Sebastian, I appreciate you being here. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And I hope that you'll let me know how you're doing. Well, you can't be kicked out. Now it's changed, right? It wasn't that way it changed in Ontario in 1920 is my point. It used to be the case that if you were missing limbs, you couldn't become a Freemason technically. But for over 100 years in Ontario, right, me with my no legs am a Freemason and can be a Freemason, and it was never an issue. It's just the reason it changed officially is because in World War II, the veterans returning from war who were missing limbs wanted to be Freemasons. Um, I don't know, Half Hawk, maybe, but I mean, it's not up to me to decide. The most I can decide to be is a 32nd degree Mason. 33rd degree Mason, that's up to the people who invite me. But I do plan one day to become a 32nd, just don't know when. Well, black people could in theory, but again, how is it actually practiced, right? Prince Hall famously was denied admittance into a lodge in Boston, so he joined a different lodge chartered under the Grand Lodge of Ireland. Then he created Prince Hall Freemasonry under the United Grand Lodge of England. Stephen, that's a really good question. So if you are newly entered, not recruited, but newly joining Freemasonry, um, um, decide why you want to be a Freemason and remember that when it gets tough. Um, well, no. So in World War II, you didn't have to anymore, right? So the point is, Lewis, in 1717 till about 1917, at least in Ontario, if you want to become a Freemason, you needed to have all of your limbs, at least officially. Then, after World War One, a lot of returning veterans from World War One wanted to join Masonic lodges upon their return, but were missing limbs from battle. And obviously, Grand Lodge realized it was incredibly unfair to not allow returning veterans from World War One to join because they were missing limbs. So after World War One, they changed the rules, and from that point moving forward, you could be missing a limb or limbs and still join a Masonic lodge. And you had a great influx of veterans returning from World War One joining the Masonic lodges. And it was a great boom period within Freemasonry. In World War II, you once again had a great deal of Masons or a great deal of soldiers returning from battle and wanting to join Freemasonry. You saw a massive increase in our numbers in the later part of the 40s and the 50s, driven almost exclusively by returning veterans. But you didn't need the rule changes already in place. So World War II veterans returning, whether they were missing limbs or not, could join without issue. So the problem was resolved after World War One, basically. Two reasons. One, Freemasonry does not like change, and the belief in a supreme being has been a traditional requirement within Freemasonry since the beginning, and it's always been supreme being, never theological. It's always been a supreme being, never a particular sect. The other reason is part of being a Freemason is you have to take certain oaths or obligations. The idea is if you believe in a supreme being, whatever that is, by taking an obligation to your supreme being, what you believe it to be, the oath or obligation will be a sting to your conscience and will remind you of the importance of maintaining your obligations. It's the same reason in a courtroom you had to always historically swear on a Bible or a book of your faith. The idea being when you swear to tell the truth in relation to some supreme being, so help me God, you're more likely to keep it because by saying so help me God, it's pushing your mind towards the supreme being you believe in, and it means more to you. It's more likely to encourage you to tell the truth. I hope that made sense. There are some council of scholars for Freemasonry. There are many lodges that, or not lodges, but many chapters and bodies that are like research lodges, Ryan, that are basically councils of scholars, which is a really cool thing. I don't believe that. I believe it's possible to have a morality that is not dependent on a supreme being or God, but I think a supreme being helps. Um, well, it's part of it is human nature, but Freemasonry is based on traditions. Traditions, by definition, are very hesitant to change. Having said that, Freemasonry has changed. I just talked about one change when it comes to allowance of people with missing limbs. Um, so Freemasonry has changed over the years. It will change many times more in future. However, I think it's human nature to avoid change. And when it comes to historical groups, um, it's even more so the case. I mean, I think it wouldn't hurt. It'd be cool to see that. It tends to be not within cities, but within jurisdictions, so provinces or states, or UGLE tend to have councils of. They're usually called historical lodges, and they're really or research lodges. There's a great one in Virginia. A guy called Chris is very active in it. All right, guys, this has been a blast. Friday the 13th, part 3 is finished. I am going to take a break. I will be back on tomorrow. I honestly don't know what time. I think probably 8 p.m. But if you have your notifications on, you should see me when I come back on. And thank you guys so much. It's been a blast. I'll see everybody soon. And I hope I answered your questions well. Yes, Ryan, there's a research lodge in Ontario. I think it meets out of Hamilton. There's also the library, which is located in Hamilton. All right, guys, talk to you later. Hope to see you all very soon.